Today is Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. We are in the council chambers at City Hall for our workshop meeting. I will make note that our public forum that happens on the first meeting of each quarter now is at 6 o'clock at the beginning of the regular meeting rather than the workshop meeting. I understand there was some confusion on the online link. So if you're here for the public forum at 4 o'clock, come back at 6 and either in person or live. That said, council, we do have a full agenda. There are no modifications, so I will turn to you for a motion to approve as outlined.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's get this started. First item of business is the Washington Parkway roundabout. City Engineer Paul Mogul, if you dare come before the council on this item. I see Blake has your back.
Right, that is loaded.
I was thinking
right
we should
there.
just axe it from the agenda, Mayor, but I don't know. We like Paul, so we'll let him talk.
We do like Paul.
Well, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council, for letting me be here today. Let's see if I can get the screen share going. Maybe. Okay. As you're aware, a large retail development has been proposed along Grapevine Crossing. Because of the additional traffic this development is expected to generate, we wanted to evaluate how this intersection will perform both today and in the future. We hired a local traffic engineering firm to model this intersection using existing peak hour traffic combined with the projected traffic from the proposed retailer. They analyzed two scenarios, the existing roundabout and a signalized intersection. Based on that analysis, Public Works recommends proactively replacing the roundabout with a traffic signal before the retailer is constructed. This recommendation isn't based solely on the proposed retailer. Traffic along Grapevine Crossing will continue to increase as additional commercial development occurs. Completing this project now allows us to stay ahead of that growth rather than reacting after congestion has already become a problem. I also want to briefly explain the analysis tools that were used. The retailer's traffic impact study used SIDRA, which is an accepted engineering program that uses mathematical equations to estimate intersection performance. For our evaluation, the consultant used VISM to model the roundabout. VISM simulates individual vehicles and driver behavior, making it a more realistic representation of how traffic actually moves through an intersection. This is the traffic simulation software used by UDOT and is calibrated to Utah driving behavior. The signalized intersection was evaluated using Synchro, the industry standard for analyzing traffic signals. Construction timing is another important consideration. If we wait until after the retailer opens, traffic volumes will be much higher, making construction more difficult and creating greater impacts to nearby businesses, residents, and motorists. Construction is expected to take approximately 4 months, and those impacts will only increase as traffic grows. For these reasons, Public Works recommends replacing the roundabout with a traffic signal before additional development occurs. We believe this is the most practical, cost-effective, and least disruptive approach for the long-term operation of this intersection. And let's take a look at the video of the two models. We'll first look at the roundabout with current traffic plus the traffic from the big box retailer. And you're wondering why it's backing up on the left-hand side, the Maverick side. That's because of the southbound traffic that is making left turns, and then also the westbound traffic that is also making left turns, so it puts more cars there that conflict with that eastbound movement. It also simulates how drivers react, and as you can see, some of them are a little hesitant and some of them punch it, and so as we all drive, I think we're all kind of familiar with some of that action. And so, anyway.
So Paul, can I ask a question on, so what about making that an automatic right? Because some of the problems we have out there, even now, like when the police showed us their accident report, was that right-hand turn. But my thought was, what if you make everyone that's in the right lane go right no matter what, and you only have one going left onto the roundabout? Because that's some of the problem is you got a double people trying to go through straight. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and in the problem is with that, with your eastbound movement, during the PM peak times, you have 309 cars making a left-hand turn, and you have 64 cars making a right-hand turn.
Is this is with the big box?
Correct. Yeah. So it's existing plus the big box.
So what is I don't know, I'm looking at what's to the west of there, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious how they loaded it to say, because we don't see near that traffic now. So what changed on the west then different from coming up the Parkway?
Well, because it flows so good right now, because there's not a lot of conflict with the southbound left and westbound left, if the eastbound traffic flows pretty good. During our PM peak, we have 309 cars making a left-hand turn. For a regular signalized traffic, a signalized intersection, if you have over 300 about 300 left turns, then you are ready for a dual left turn. And so we have it is a pretty good amount, it flows good right now because there's not a lot of conflict with southbound left and westbound left.
Paul, did they factor residential or other commercial on top of the big box, or just the big box?
Just big box for now.
Okay,
So we also know we have approval of another hotel and the auto mall approvals on the west side if, at some point. But
Yeah, I'm comparing just like, I know people complain, the Bloomington Hills roundabout. I like them. I think you can move through them and get through them, and this is a 2-lane similar. Now they have some different spur-offs because of the configuration, but always have felt this roundabout is similar to that, and they have Walmart there, which is a big box, right? So that's why I've always been like, yeah, there is some backup on peak times, but the majority of the time it's not. So, and I know we always try to plan for peak, but
Right.
I'm just,
Councilman Coates, a couple of differences between the Walmart on Bloomington and the big box here, and then the other commercial that's over there is you've got 100 acres of commercial, and the big box that's looking at coming in is 22 acres. So you've got all that other acreage on top of it, and the volume of the Walmart in this one is about 50% of what this one would be. So
that's good information. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Let's take a look at
But
that.
before we
Okay.
leave though, but if you go back, even with that, Councilman, all the problems are to the west, not coming from the big box.
Well,
I'm just
No, it's
pointing
good
out the
information.
flow that's gonna be coming in on that east side is significantly greater than just one project, right? On top of, the other housing and the other apartment projects that are over on that west side, where Bloomington only has it.
It's in a
One
corner.
way,
It's in
right,
a
it's in a
corner
corner.
for sure. But it does serve not just the corner, right? It serves all the housing that's out down there, and of course they have roundabouts on both sides of the freeway, which this is only one. So
Right.
there's a time aspect of that too.
So,
And the other thing I'd like to look at is, and maybe is in just my experience getting off that exit is right now, UDOT doesn't have any lights on their on and off ramps, which can affect the traffic patterns that come into the roundabout. So has that been accounted for?
For the traffic signal, for the off ramps, no, because it's just looking at this intersection.
Okay.
There's been discussions with UDOT about,
I'm just saying, sometimes those light patterns will affect how it backs up both ways and how the traffic comes. Because it might, right now, it's free flowing, and if you add a signal in there, it breaks it up, so then all those cars can get through, and that doesn't seem like it's been accounted for fully.
Yeah, and I just wanted to note, this is a snapshot kind of, and you can see that as maybe the one west leg looks like it's all clogged up, and it is right now, but there are other times in the model where it's clogged up on the other side, and then it kind of rotates around. And again, it's like you can see as they're going through, just one semi that decides I need more space, and they go across, and they cause that lane to block up, and so it's kind of a snapshot to give us an example of what happens, but the problem with the west side is just the fact that it does, if you look at it right now, it's going through, a lot of traffic is going through coming from the east, and so as those ones are going around, it's just creating that west side is the one that everybody's like, I don't know if I can go, I don't know if I can go there, and certainly additions or changes to the roundabout may be something that can be looked at, but I've been in places where there's a right turn only lane, but it's an additional lane. So it usually is like the
Yeah,
additional,
and I've designed some
right
that
turn
are
only.
specifically like that you just force the traffic to go right and keep going right.
Yeah.
With an island or something like that. Now you have to widen it because we gotta get an island in there to separate it, but I'm just trying to look at all the options.
Yeah.
That make sense.
Yeah.
So I appreciate so far this is good stuff, so.
yeah. We just wanted to show that it does, we had shown, in '23, we came and showed the similar model and showed that with our striping, we could make it work till 2032, but that was with nothing changing on the west side. And our biggest concern is just the fact that Paul's already alluded to, is that if you wait until things are built over there and then we try to change, it's going to be a real big mess because of traffic that's already demand and wanting to go there. You would end up pushing a lot of traffic down through Grapevine and down to just below where Sitla's at. And that's that's just a two-way stop there and would be a real issue.
Which would affect, revenues, right? Not only for the businesses
Yes.
there, but also for the
Yeah.
city. But what would, guesstimate, construction timeframe take?
So we're figuring, in that 4 to 6 months, basically from time of, okay, we're gonna go for this, you've got some design and then going that. We're already proceeding with some of those things just to have them in the background. There is some property we have to square this up more and get some of the corners to be able to do full traffic signal there. And so we kind of wanted to get kind of a nod that if that happens, the big box is happening, then we would kind of get the property and get that taken care of so that we'd be prepared. And then when we see walls going up or close to that, then we build the intersection before it's open.
The question for me isn't if it's gonna be needed at some point, it's when, and
Yeah, eventually it will.
at what point. I mean, I'm with you guys, right? It's better to not be shutting down businesses after they're making money and bringing revenue in.
It's essentially for the last, we budgeted for it, just so that we'd be ready. But again, the property can take a little bit of time. It's best to just be starting to move that direction. What that year is that it actually gets built would be determined based on the actual construction of
So since you
business.
mentioned property, is open space on the right or on the east side, on the north and south? Is that city-owned open space on the west side, north and south as well? Because I know there's some on the north.
It's all Sitla, isn't it?
Maverick is Sitla, Terribles is private.
And then the
Well,
other
and then
two
the east side
sides.
would be Sitla too,
is Sitla.
but they're gonna be favorable to it, so
Right.
it's not, I'm not so worried about them, it would be the ones on the west side.
Yeah. And essentially, the way we have it designed right now, we think we can shave it in a little bit and not have to affect the one on the.
Why is it going
bottom
bigger?
corner as
Usually there's
much.
plenty of room for the roundabout. Like, I guess you'll see. I'm just curious, we need more property.
It's just the corners, just to kind of square it up, because basically, if you think of it, the intersection will, and you'll see that when he shows the model, but it has it has dual lefts on
Oh, okay.
everything, so that kind of pushes it out.
Push it a little wider, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only, as we go to the signalized intersection, it only works if you have dual lefts, because the left turn movements are your big ones for both the southbound and westbound and eastbound. So you need dual lefts there. Essentially, all four legs need dual lefts. In the model, though, they show southbound dual lefts, and I think westbound dual lefts. But that's why we would need more right-of-way.
I think another consideration too is if we have lights in there, I feel like it's safer for pedestrians, because I've had residents try to say that they've tried to cross there, and I've also crossed there, and it's kind of scary going from Terribles over to try to get to the trails because of the bushes and everything too, and the cars go so quickly around the roundabout.
Were you getting a soda at Terribles?
I got my soda. I don't do the sodas, but I do go do the
Vitamin
trails.
water.
Who was the engineering firm that ran the traffic model for us?
Horrocks.
And did we run our own city independent to just kind of corroborate what they found?
Well, so there was a traffic impact study that was done by the big box retailer, and they used an separate engineering firm, Galloway, to do their traffic impact study. We took the numbers that they generated from that, and then we hired Horrocks to say, hey, take a look, throw those numbers in there. We want to see what the model says.
What was the ADT, Paul?
The ADT.
Do you know?
I don't have ADT, I just have the PM peak.
What is the PM?
For when it's in or
Yeah, when it's in.
existing. Okay, so for the southbound left, hold on. For just with that big box retailer coming in, the southbound left, because that's what the southbound movement would be doing. It's 353 cars from the southbound left. For westbound left, it's 217.
And that's with the big box?
That's just the big box,
Just
what
the big
that
box.
generates. With existing plus the
per
big
hour, right?
box,
That's per hour, right? The 7 o'clock hour
Yeah.
PM?
it's generally between your 4 and 6, so it's usually 5 to 6 when everyone gets off.
Paul, do they, you said existing, that road, when it ties through, do they have an idea of that traffic that's gonna tie through?
No, they didn't generate anything for that. It's just existing as is right now, and then plus the big box. Because the big box, with the TIS that they did, they generated numbers with that, and it's those numbers that were used.
Because that'll tie everything off the top of the hill and all over that,
Correct.
Sean Hills.
Yeah, so exactly.
I'm
Once that-
curious with the
Grapevine
80,
connects.
because it's a 5-lane road we designed, so it's probably gonna have like 11 or 12,000 ADT per day, give or take, or more, already, right?
Probably be pretty close to that.
I mean, otherwise we wouldn't need that 5-lane road, and that's how we master planned it, so.
So adding lanes to the roundabout is an option, like on European Vacation with the Griswolds.
We need a Big Ben right there, so we can all say, there's Big Ben again, there's Big Ben again.
So we've got, what you're saying then is we've got good life out of our roundabout, but because of the traffic and because of where the traffic's coming from and going to, it's no longer reasonable to have it there. We need a signalized light with 5 lanes. Is that
Correct.
correct?
If the big box retailer comes in. If not, we can get a little bit more life out of it, but you're just kind of kicking a can down the road for a little bit.
Okay. We see the next one.
Yep. Oh, whoops, sorry. And then here's with the signalized intersection. This is a different modeling program. It's Synchro. The eastbound has dual lefts. The southbound has dual lefts. It looks like westbound is just a single left. But this is where the additional right-of-way would come in.
But Paul, the problem is, it's not nearly as aesthetic as the roundabout. That's a beautiful sign and feature.
I like the roundabout personally, but it can get challenging now.
Yeah, you're right. And that's it. It's something that certainly as designing it, we can put some, it's nice to have an entranceway area there, so we can still put some elements in there and do the best we can with that, to make that.
Get a bunch of antlers and put an arch.
Well, yeah, I think that's been done.
It's been done in a couple places.
Yeah. But certainly we've talked in the sense of, yes, we are generally usually doing public works, but that's certainly something that we can look at. And I feel like if we're going to do things, let's do them right, especially at an entranceway to our community, so.
Are those continuous right turns all around that, or?
That's the former roundabout.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't.
They just left it in there?
Use the erase tool to clean that up a little bit.
We should look at having a free right though, on that Parkway side or whichever side.
For the
That's-
eastbound movement?
Yeah, going north on the Parkway to eastbound, you could do a dedicated right there that can continuously flow.
Yeah,
Because you got the right-of-way, or you got the room for it.
Correct.
absolutely. Yeah, those are things definitely that could improve it even more. We just had them do a model showing that, but that's not really the final design.
Yeah, this is just a generic layout with just dual lefts on there.
Sure.
Any other questions or?
So I have a comment here too. I think the council's smart enough to see what you're saying. I mean, obviously, when you run the model on the traffic, put the data from the traffic study into the model, it shows. But to me, I don't want that roundabout to go until there is certainty that there is a big box need. Because I like it. In fact, if there was any way to make it work, that's my preference. But the council ultimately is going to vote on this, and I know this is a budget item, but I just until we have to, I'd rather not.
Well, I don't think we're right now it's budgeting for planning and engineering, but not budgeting for.
Is it in the budget for this? That is in the
signal is
budget,
in our
as I
budget.
read.
So we budgeted so that we could, if we had to build it in this budget year, we have the money to do that.
Yeah.
But really what we're wanting to kind of get just a feeling like understanding where we're at, and that going ahead with just getting the right of way and those kind of things taken care of, so that we would wait until, like I said, we would really wait until, just like with some of the other lights, that until the Winco light, we weren't doing the Winco light until we saw them actually building over there. So those kind of things, we would wait until that period of time. We're just trying to kind of start to head. We want to move ahead and keep the planning process.
So you're asking the
moving forward.
council for nods in the work session to acquire right-of-way for a potential future
Yeah,
signalized intersection?
I think that gets us just the comfort to start at least going
Council?
that direction.
I would like to look at an option with the roundabout.
Okay. So
I
we
would
can-
like to evaluate what happens when there's signals on the interchange. Does that affect it? And then having a free right where it's backing up. If it makes sense to add lanes for a free right on the areas that are backing up around. Instead of like an example, coming from the big box, we have is it 2 lanes right now and a right? On the roundabout, we have 2 lanes. What if you did a bought right away and just did a free right? What that would do?
Then from 1100 to Park.
And then at 1100, the same thing, adding a free right, and maybe you need 2 lanes and a third right, or just the 1 lane because I think of coming from it's Commerce Boulevard? Coming from Commerce Boulevard, if you had one lane and the free right and forcing people to go right down the parkway, then what does it do? Does it back it up more trying to get across? I just look at it and I drive it every day, and I don't wait 5 seconds right now. Like, I'm literally in and gone, and I drive it multiple times during the day when it's busy. It's not like I'm always on that road, so that's why I'm struggling with it. I know the traffic model says, and I've done this a long time, and sometimes it proves it and sometimes it's not right. And I know the programs are pretty good, but it's just a generic spot. I just want to look at some other options that'll help it with that traffic, and I'm also concerned that we haven't accounted for the stuff to Sienna Hills to the east, right? Like, because Councilman, you're right about if we've only done the big box and not all the other commercial and the residential that's going to come flow from the top peak of Coral Canyon, maybe that puts it over the top. But that's what I would like to see, is some more data on that before we go deciding what we do. Because I think buying right away, if adding an extra right turn lane helps that problem on a couple of those problem areas, and the roundabout can stay and it still functions good,
But we'd still need more right-of-way to do the extra right.
then maybe we have to do
Maybe
that.
the right-of-way is not such a big deal, because we kind of, but we can certainly do another,
What do you think,
additional study.
Council, about Councilman Coates' thoughts about running the analysis with the dedicated right turn lanes and with the light to the north?
I don't have a problem with doing that. Here, my challenge with, let's say just for round numbers, right? You got a retailer that's gonna kick off $2 million a year in revenue that's coming to the city, and you just screwed up their business for half the year. And so you eat $1 million, or, $500,000 to $1 million in revenue to the city that's lost revenue to us while we're trying to make that change down the road, right?
Because they haven't started construction, they haven't
Nope.
submitted plans.
Nope.
I'm not proposing we do that. I don't want to
No,
hold, if we make this change, I agree, we need to do it
Yeah.
while they're under construction.
Yeah.
Right, like, it needs to be done, if we decide to go this route, either way, expanding the roundabout or putting in a light, it needs to be done when they're opening their business. I agree with that.
That's my only challenge is do it on the front end rather than find out after doors have been opened, right?
How about then we kind of getting a feeling that we go and we kind of look at a couple other little options there and see if there's some things with the roundabout, as well as how other things affect it further out, and come back with something.
I like your plan going forward. I can understand where you're coming from, but it makes sense. I like that you're preparing because we're gonna need it down the road, so I like that you're preparing and planning for it, because like Councilman Bellison said, if there's a need, you rather do it at the front end. And so I appreciate your guys' planning, and I'm supportive of going forward with it. And building it simultaneously if the big box store does come in, we can build it simultaneously, so there's not going to be an impact on the business down the road.
Planning is good, planning is good, that's what we're doing here tonight. But those plans need to evolve with what we know and not what we speculate. I like the roundabout. I realize that they originally built with the idea that they're gonna move more traffic, and that's why they came in Southern Utah. But they do have limitations depending on the amount of traffic through them. So I'm very comfortable with going forward as long as we're acting on what we know and not what we are speculating.
So can you move forward with the land acquisition? Because you'll need that regardless of,
I think we're probably gonna need that.
Yeah.
With any changes that we make there, other than what we have.
I think you gotta know what your design is to know how much you're buying, though.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
We'll have
So
to-
I think we could look at expanding the roundabout, but in some of the conversations I've had with the retailer, they've been really concerned about the roundabout as far as them placing their business there. They would really much prefer a signalized intersection, probably just because they're more comfortable. We'd probably have to get them on board with a larger roundabout if that's the direction we decided to go.
I'm not saying widen the roundabout as far as, because usually you don't do more than 2-lane roundabouts anyway, right? Like, they don't really work that good. I'm saying look at some options for these free rides to add just the right turns where we're having problems to help it. But if it doesn't, then I just feel like we haven't evaluated some of those things that we need to look at. But
Well, and the free rights, implementing that into the even if it was a traffic signal, leaving that in there might be a plus too. So it's good to look at that. But we can definitely do the planning and kind of start moving forward, and then before we purchase property, we can come back. How's that work?
Paul, Blake, you feel like you got the input from the council, clear as mud?
Yes. And just FYI, so like on a traffic signal, just an idea of timing on that. So usually you're 3 months design, 6 months ordering parts, and 3 months construction. So you're roughly about a year out, just FYI. And just keep that in mind as we plan ahead. Now this one would probably have just a little bit longer construction window. We're probably a little bit further ahead design-wise, but roughly about a year from when we decide to go
What
with
is
the
the
signal
construction
commands
for the big
up and
box? Do we
operate.
know?
What's that?
Do we know what the construction of the big box?
We don't have that yet, but I imagine it'd take them at least a year and a half to construct one from the time they start. And so we have time, and we've talked about that with a couple of other projects. We don't want to pull the trigger until it's time, but
That's
we
my
don't want to be
biggest
holding them up and in construction when they're ready to open either. So we'll time it. But
Yeah, if you remember the light at 500 East, I mean, they wanted us to build it, and we just held on until they were digging and
Yeah.
until things were going, and then we built it, and we're still done in time, so.
This is obviously more than just
Obviously, yeah,
running some pipes under the ground to connect sacred tracks.
yeah, it is.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Before we move to the next item, I would like to recognize Gary Webster from Senator Lee's office, Washington City resident. Appreciate you being here tonight. Appreciate all you do back in the other Washington, the lesser known Washington. I think it says DC behind it, but it doesn't have the UT. Next item is a Parks and Recreation Impact Fee Facility Plan. I'll invite Parks Department Director. It's got a good ring to it, Paul Walker. We've got the engineer from Sunrise Engineering there. If you'll also just state your name for the record.
Yeah, Blaine Worrell with Sunrise Engineering.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, it's the Parks and Trail Master Plan. It's time for another one. The last one we passed in November of 2019, so it's time to do another one. So we have Blaine here. This is kind of the draft of the plan. We'd like to get some feedback and go before we go much further forward on this. So Blaine will kind of go through a summary of this, and then we're happy to take any questions and input you guys have.
Take it away, Blaine.
Awesome. So what I have here isn't really much of a formal presentation, as it is just slides of the packet that you guys already have. We really do just want to get your input, make sure that what we're doing is the desires of the council, and that we're not off base as we're going to finalize this. So first, just as a summary of just like any master plan, we've started off looking at population, historic, and future. We've used growth rates that have been shown in previous master plans. We worked with the city, and it seems like it's a fair, or the city staff, fair assessment of what to plan going forward and just keeping those same growth rates. So it's a 4.5% growth rate over a 10-year planning period. And then the big thing what we've looked at for the parks is looking at what's called the level of service, or essentially like how good it feels, or the quality of the parks and recreation facilities in the town as it appears to a resident. And we've done that for parks, for trails, and for the recreation facility. With parks, what we've done is we've taken an inventory of all the city-owned parks, as well as private parks and school facilities. And the reason some of those say a parent level of service is just because there is a facility that has a field, like for example, the school parks, they're not always available or open to the public. So there's some factors in there taken into kind of estimate how frequently they're available to the public. So with that, there's roughly 7.7 acres of apparent availability per 1,000 residents within the city. And then the target level of service was established in the previous master plan, and that was at 6 acres per thousand. So currently, the city is operating a little above the target, kind of the minimum target that's been desired.
So the city council last time determined that 6 was their goal, is that?
City council, staff worked with us to establish that in the previous master plan, yes. So we could look at different targets as well, but that was just, as far as this being an update, we've kept through with the same level of service target as previously, as it seemed to work well. The next is looking at trails. Trails are what they are. There's no apparent difference there. Everybody can use the trails. So with the total trails within the city, there's about 1.6 miles of trail per 1,000 residents, and the target that was established 5-6 years ago was 0.7 miles per 1,000. Then if we look at recreation facilities, this one right now, there's just under 3,000 square feet of facility per 1,000, but really when it comes to recreation facilities, the bigger value is just having access to one. But this does show that when this was made, I think the 3,100 was closer to what the level of service was 5-6 years ago. And obviously we haven't expanded the recreation facility in the city. And so as population has grown, that level of service has decreased slightly. But one thing to note this doesn't take into account is facilities that exist outside of Washington City. This is looking at just the one up the road. There are obviously private facilities as well as facilities from the other communities that do have an impact on residents. So if we were to take those level of services and then project out 10 years with that 4.5% growth rate, this is what we're looking at. The parks level of service would decrease from 7.7 acres per 1,000 down to 4.7. And then the trails would be from 1.06 down to 0.68 miles of trail per 1,000. And then you'd see the recreation facility decreases pretty significantly. Then if we look at that, there's an organization that exists, the National Recreation and Parks Association. When the previous master plan was done, that association actually had guidelines and kind of criteria of what cities should shoot for. Since then, they've actually retooled and no longer have that same criteria. Now they just provide kind of general metrics, kind of averages of where communities sit compared to each other. And so that's what I have here on the top table is what their metrics are with all the cities that they survey and inventory across the country. And then the bottom is how Washington City stacks up with those metrics. So on the residents per park, so the number of residents that are per park, the city has about just under 2,000 residents for every park, which would put it on the upper side of average, like in the median of the cities in the country. But then if you look at acres per 1,000, and this 9.7 includes the total acres, not the apparent. It's on the bottom end of the middle. But then if you look at miles of trail, Washington City is probably like leading the standard on the upper end on that one. And then with recreation facilities, they don't do it on a per size. They just say what the average city size is that contains a recreation facility. And so the city's smaller than the average community size with a recreation center, bigger, but probably was smaller when the recreation facility went in. Is there any questions? Oops, sorry, I didn't go back. Any questions on level of service or metrics, anything like that?
I think they're good.
So then we go into the planning. So we've got the growth, we've got what the level of service is now, what it's looking like it'll be. So now we need projects to keep that level of service matching with either existing or at least the targets. And so we worked with the city staff to identify the parks that are in the horizon. A lot of these are carryover from the previous plan that were, then they were 10-year, 15-year projects. Now they're in the 0-5-year, 10 to 10-year window. A lot of these are driven by developments going in. big developments that will have parks and then use park impact fee credits to build these parks. However, there are a few that are the city parks like the Alea Park, and the right ball fields on here is the expansion of Wheels Park. And so these are the 65 acres of parks that we've looked at with city staff to keep things more or less in line going forward. And then we did the same thing with trails. We have a trails map of all the different connecting trails, backbone trails that the city's been
I
looking
think
at.
we call those the right field ballpark.
What was that?
I think it was right field.
Was it right field?
Yeah, that's the play on words.
It
there.
was the right field. I apologize for that, Mayor.
Yeah, right field's ballpark.
We'll make that change.
Guys like me played in right field because people hit there less often, you know.
I do believe you're right on that one, so we'll make that change. And then we got the trails, did the same thing, looked at different connections. I know a lot of these are in the Washington Dome area. I'm trying to get some trails and connectors up through there, as well as making some connections to like Mill Creek and stuff, just trying to get trails that exist now that are spread out throughout the city connected. And then, so if we look at the 10-year plan with the projected parks, here's where we would sit if all those got built within 10 years. You'd have 5.76 on the acres per thousand, so it would be just under the target. But it would be a decrease from what it is now. The trails would land about what it is at currently. And then we talking with city staff, didn't feel that a recreation facility expansion at this time was needed or warranted within that 10-year window. And that would be something to be looked at closer to the 15, 20-year window. And so then we get into taking all those and what that would mean for an impact fee to be able to fund these projects. With those 10-year plan for parks, we got about $41.5 million worth of parks projects and $11.5 million for trails, and then none for the recreation facility, and then a little bit in there for updating this master plan in the future. So there's a little over $53 million of total parks and recreation projects over a 10-year window. And then if we were to take that and divide it among the proposed or estimated proposed new housing units that are going to be built within that same 10-year window, looks at around an impact fee of $5,494 to be able to get those projects.
What is it right now?
4,800.
48?
So this would be a slight increase. And this is one of the reasons, if you look, when we looked at the level of service for parks, it was a little below the target. And that was with a conscious effort to keep this from being an astronomical increase. But if the council did have a desire to keep that up higher, we could, and it just would make this number bigger.
Thoughts?
I don't know where you want to start. I have lots.
Is that
of
your last
comments.
slide,
Yeah,
Blaine?
yeah. So that's it. Yeah, it's just really, we're gonna just go from there. What thoughts the council has on which direction, more or less, what your thoughts are.
So I kind of wanted to go over the parks map.
Okay.
I met with Paul and Jeremy.
I do
earlier-
have that available here.
Earlier this week, and there's a lot of things on the trail map that they're going to tweak and change as far as getting trails in right locations, and they're going to work through those. But
Yes.
as far as the parks, I kind of want to just go through the parks and identify the ones that make sense and ones even if they're not on the 10-year plan, right? And then we can talk about the impact fee, because there's a few on here that probably don't make sense. I know there's some that we have. Maybe just start on the north end, and the first park that comes to my mind is that Mill Creek Gorge Park. It's kind of been on there for the last few, I just don't see it as a need in an existing area. We have a trail going through there, but we don't really need that park.
That's a good one to start with. Is it a
Yeah.
park or is it more of like a
It's a
natural, kind of a nature? I mean, is it an expensive park? How is it
Would be-
quantified in the capital facilities plan?
No, I think that was actually one that's being cleaned up now. We're taking that out of the 10-year, I believe.
Yeah, that one's just outside the 10-year. It's a natural park. It'd be more of a trailhead. The trails connect there.
So if I were to look,
But we have the trails that like, we need the trail that goes through there and ties into the Brio development, which makes sense, and it connects to Mill Creek. I just never, I know it's been there in the past, but it's always been kicked down the road and kicked down the road. I just think we need to kick it off the map and just, the beauty of that is just the natural area. I don't feel like we have the trailheads to the north and we have the Boilers Park directly south. Like, do we really need to put money into a restroom and stuff right there?
Councilman Coates, I like this going down this direction because I was feeling the same way. You know, you brought up like neighboring communities that have parks, and then you look at just all the areas that we can go and have recreational activities with our families. And so I like the idea of going through everything and seeing having more of a conservative approach to this, to seeing what is really needed and trying to keep, you know, the level of service good, but then also looking at what we have around us, what we currently have, what we have neighboring communities. Because I feel like you, like there's a lot of parks or trails that are on here that are going to add, you know, to the cost of the impact fees, which also in the long run adds cost to the budget because we have to pay for the maintenance and then adding more employees to maintain those. And so overall it's going to cost more money for the city. And so I feel like this is we can look at these and try to be more careful about what we're going to be putting on the master plan.
Right.
So I really love this direction that you brought up.
So are we in agreement that we don't really need that one? I mean, I want this to be a discussion, like, what are we thinking on it? And if we want it, cut it. If not, let's move on. I just think this one is one we should cut because we're going to have the Salente Park to the north.
Can you go back to the
Brio.
map?
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm looking at the
I was just
map.
trying to show the list of the 10-year, but
Yeah.
I can go right.
And not, a lot of these I'm talking about are not on the 10-year. I'm not. But I'm just thinking that doesn't affect the cost, but
Maybe I can go.
and some we should have on, like,
It's not wanting to change for me.
I mean, on the map, I know this is just cleanup items. We had the Buena Vista Park, which is really the Boilers Park. It's just called wrong, right? So it's not a new park. Is that what we said, Paul?
It was a placeholder for a park that was on the east end of Buena Vista that really isn't needed anymore.
Because we have the trailhead, the
Yeah, we
Grapevine
have a trailhead. Grapevine came in close, and there's some other development hotels and stuff where that was. So that's one that we've got plenty of parks in that area.
Well, and we definitely have a higher level of service in terms of parks and even trails north of the river than we do south of the river, and there's a lot of growth south of the river. Of course, the Wills Park helped kind of balance that out a little bit, but
For sure.
but there's a bit of a discrepancy. Paul, just your thoughts on that, Mill Creek? I know that I appreciate what the councilman's saying on just, he's right, the nature is the beauty of it. I mean, is it much more than just a trail, or I mean, what else was envisioned there over the years?
It's always been in the master plan. I think going back 20 years, it was in our original plan. It was just kind of maybe some
Cove?
trails and like Santa Clara had their arboretum. It was more just some trails and a parking lot and restrooms. More of a natural park, and it's always been in the plan, but it's always been one that's been pushed back and kicked down the road.
Is that the one down in the gully where you're on Quail Ridge Drive and then there's that road that goes
Yeah,
down
correct.
that's not completed? Okay.
But we're not saying get rid of the trail. Just do we need to put in whatever, I mean, it's expensive to put in a restroom nowadays and how that works. So I just look at it as the Boilers has a restroom, and then future Salente Park has a restroom, and Grapevine, you're covered in that whole area.
And Councilman Casperson makes a good point too. If you have a restroom there, you got to maintain it. And that's employee and cost. And I love the trail there. If there's parking with, Mill Creek will tie in. You're right. You'll go underneath I-15 in Buena Vista from Nyson Park,
Yeah.
and there's some
That's a good
parking
connection
there.
right there.
It's not far. It's not in the 10-year anyway, but I see what you're saying. I love the trail. I think it's the council's discretion on if you want to keep that or not.
I mean, I live close by there, just right up the street. I honestly don't see a need for a park there. So I think it would sit, nobody would use it. So there's hardly any kids up in that neighborhood, really. I mean, there's a few, but, so, I mean, I drive by the Boilers Park several times a day.
It's hopping.
Other than pickleball, first thing in the morning, it's hopping. But during the day, there's usually, it's quiet, yeah, it's quiet. So I'm envisioning a park down in the gully down there just empty all the time, and we may have to maintain the bathrooms, you know, but anyway.
Okay, you got the feedback. Next one.
The next one that I had was, and I got clarification, and maybe on the expansion where the elementary school is, it sounds like they're not doing that now. Is my understanding that they
Are
plan.
you talking Washington Elementary?
Washington Elementary, we had it on there as a Washington Elementary expansion, but I'm not opposed to it if there's an option, but it sounds like the school's gonna remodel that and keep it for the next 20
I think,
years or so.
Councilman Ivey, you may have been involved in some of those conversations, but at some point, I think the school district was interested in transitioning that facility to the city, but are we hearing that that's not happening anymore?
That was the plan that I had heard, and then when COVID happened, they got some funding and put more money into that school, and that gave it more life, and it seems like that's the direction they're going now.
Is that in our 10-year or is it outside of the 10-year?
It's outside the 10-year.
I'm just
Right
saying
now,
we-
it's just kind of a placeholder if that option comes
Yeah,
up.
and I'd really like to dial in on what our plan is for this next 5 years, right? And fit 5 to 10 years. And, I mean, if they're putting money into it, it's not going away, so.
What about the Buena Vista Park? Did you already mention that one?
Yeah, that one's just it's the Boilers. It was an old one, but now the Grapevine Trailhead's there. The wrong location is what Paul, on the map.
Oh, okay.
On the Grapevine Crossing, I think that's coming. I think that's a good one. On the Grapevine Crossing. It's in the next 10 years, though, give or take, right? Depending on what happens with the big box and those, but.
Your mic,
It is on now.
pull it a little closer or lean in.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that one because we don't know where that one would go. It might get shifted somewhere else.
I think keep it on there for a placeholder. If it shifts
Yeah.
north, somewhere in that area, if that's what makes sense, then I just know that development's required to do that. At least 2.5 acres, because we did
That one was at 2.5 acres because that
Yeah.
got split with Canyons Park.
with Canyons Park, yeah.
Yep, it was 4 originally.
Is it an amphitheater still or not an amphitheater?
What if the big dog comes in, there's no room for it?
So we have to find I'm fine with leaving it and planning for it, but, because I still think there needs to be something, but maybe it's 2 small somethings instead of 1, 2, and I don't know. Just, it's something to think about, but,
Right.
and you guys stop me anywhere. These are my notes and I'm going through them.
I got it. So does Long Valley have another park planned for down there?
Just the 8-acre one.
All down through the
I
middle,
thought they
the
already
low
had-
ground through the middle.
Okay, because I thought they already, well, I guess they already have that other area, but that's all HOA controlled.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then I got down to, and I wanted to have the discussion on the Kirkland Park. I asked Paul to remove the word field because we're not building any sports fields. It's more of a net for the irrigation pond and some parking for that natural area on that one. So that was kind of my comment to him there. And then the historic canal trailhead, we've talked about that for a few years. The location's not in the right spot on the map. It's up by the entrance to Schnapkide.
Yeah, it should be like
Yeah.
just above Indian Oaks.
Yeah, so I think we're in agreement for that one, right?
Yeah, that one's really clean and doable.
The next one I have is over toward Coral Canyon on the Cottonwood Coral Canyon Park. This is supposed to be a natural park without water, but I don't know. I think the trail through there is important, but I just don't know if this is really necessary on this one either, but I'm open to discussion. Because we have Heritage and we have Highland right there and then Sunrise Valley below it. And the only people that it would serve is that community that we have down there that we just approved that's not built off of the old Landfill Road.
Were they supposed to build anything as part of that? Do we remember? Was their amenity was just the trail system down to the Sullivan,
That's correct.
but that's why it was affordable.
Look into if they're required to build it because we gave them impact fees, something.
Yeah, we talked about this morning. We need to look at it because Coral Canyon had a different deal with the city when they did their PCD. They didn't have to pay impact fees, but they owed us a certain number of parks. So we may be able to move this one somewhere or do something different with it, but we don't want to forget about it if they owe it to us. So we'll look at that in the PCD.
Then we shouldn't remove it if that's the case. But I just don't want to go spend a $4 million park down in the wetlands, right? Like,
I agree.
For a small peep residential group, we should look at doing something different.
Yeah, everyone's in agreement that may not be the right place for it anymore. They were supposed to be a lot different development down there when they originally.
There was a golf course down there at
Yeah.
one point too,
Got a little
right? So
9-hole
Jeremy's
golf
for
course
that.
plan. I think we should still do a golf course. All in favor?
So the next one, I think Long Valley makes sense and the Washington Dome Trailhead makes sense because we've already talked about those and approved those.
Well, I had want to have a conversation about the Washington Dome
Yeah.
because when we talked about it, my understanding was we were just going to try to plan for some connectivity between communities on what side would that be, by Long Valley and connecting Sunrise Valley. But then to have all the additional trails on there, like for me, I would rather have it be where you can have a trailhead where people can just go explore rather than to have all the costs of doing all those trails.
Didn't we talk about one though? Because we wanted one restroom. I'm trying to remember the
Well, you
conversation.
had, when we talked, I remember it was a proposal of having several, and we thought that was too much. But what I remember is maybe having one restroom at in a parking space where people can go and a trailhead and they can explore the mountain without having all the additional trails that are all on this.
The trailhead would
fee
be gravel trail, split rail
Yeah.
fence.
We
super
talked about this
simple.
being more of a primitive trailhead with gravel parking lots and perhaps a vault toilets, and like we didn't dig too deep into that, but the plan of this is a little bit lower level of service, a primitive place for people to park and fewer amenities in these particular trails.
And then the much lower cost natural surface trails, which I think could be, I think the community would rally around natural surface trails, at least to have a little bit of a network and a definition so it doesn't just get, I mean, I've lived in that area, I've lived at the base of the dome for almost 20 years and I've seen a lot of people just disturb that beautiful natural habitat. So I like the idea of like keeping the costs down, but I like having the natural surface trails. And you don't have to go crazy with them, but at least have some definition on where those trails are so people aren't running their motorbikes and ATVs and some organization.
So one of the things I talked to Paula, but we're still doing the paved trail around the base of it, right? We talked about
I think that's
that.
part of that feasibility study that,
So one of the things I asked Paul is to more identify that in this master plan, what's paved, what's natural surface. So it's
is
not-
it in there, Blake?
It is. I don't think it was in the figures we sent over. I have to look.
Well,
It's in the list
it's in
of
the
trails,
list.
but it's not in the map.
I'm saying on the exhibits,
on the exhibits,
kind of
yeah.
identify what's natural versus what's paved. So it's just more easy to identify is,
That would be actually really helpful.
And that's something that's new to us. We're hoping to get some standards for what we will accept for natural surface trail. Washington City's always had our trail standards, 10-foot wide, asphalt. So this is kind of a new thing, and it's helped us reduce some costs, get some miles of trails, but not require them to be 10 feet of asphalt.
And I feel like for the buck, you get a lot more bang because there's so much acreage. And then also are there grant monies are available. I mean,
Correct,
I think this is an area where we can really hit that level of service without spending a lot of money out of our coffers.
So how does it work is the study still going? You're doing the Washington
The study's
Dome
been
facility.
completed. So what the study did is it gave us kind of an outline of where the trails would be best located. And so the next step is we've got a grant that's going to open this summer that we're going to apply for the environmental. So the next thing, it's all BLM property, or most of it's BLM property. So the next step is to do an environmental study and work with the BLM. And then that would have to be completed before we could do any construction on any trails.
And how long does that take?
That's generally a year to do that process.
Because when I was looking through all the list, because it says all the green trails highlighted in the green are part of the Washington Dome feasibility study trails. And so it looks like these are all part of the facility, like the trail facilities plan, all the lists, right? So this is all incorporated into the cost of the impact fees. So I don't know, like, so we're planning on doing all these unpaved trails on the Washington Dome? That's the plan for this?
Some of them we may be able to push outside those 10 years, but this was to have the option to work on any of those trails.
And then what about all the private property in those areas?
Those ones are going to be a whole different ballgame. They would probably come after the trail system in the BLM properties.
Was it just on the south, what is it, on the southeast side? I think there's a corner of private, if I remember.
Correct.
Yeah.
The old Stuckey Farms, they had a park in there that didn't meet our standards. At times, they wanted us to consider taking it over. Any updates on that? I know it still doesn't meet our standards, but any conversation about that?
I'm not sure. They had some initial conversations, but I don't think that was anything they wanted to move forward with.
I haven't heard anything in the last year.
From the new owners?
From the new owners, really. They, again, same conversation. I think they dipped their toe in the water a little bit, but it would take quite a bit of upgrading to bring it up to city standards.
And
It
bathrooms,
may not ever
trails.
be feasible, really.
And that's what usually happens on that HOA is they don't want to pay to get it up to the city standard like every other park has to before they turn it over.
Yeah, it would need bathrooms, it would need more parking.
Trail isn't up
Yeah,
right now either.
it's quite, it's not super close.
That's a good point, and it's not a surprise to at least the developer down there.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? Or should I move on to the next one?
Yeah, just before we move on off of the Washington Dome, I think I would like to have more information with the maps and everything of where the planned trails will be and whether, they're paved or unpaved. And after we do that, I feel like we should try to look and see, kind of like what we're doing now, what makes most sense and what is doable, and make a plan for that rather than just saying, oh, we don't know what we're going to do with the private areas and what is it going to look like and what is the cost going to be. So we have more details on that.
So you can see all of those at washingtondome.com.
Well, I do have the map too.
But there's like the interactive, you can see because the committee met for 6 or 8 months and engaged with the community on all of it. So she has pretty good, more details I think can be seen.
I think it'll help once you get that identified what's paved, what's not. I think it'll help you, Councilwoman, to see, because I wasn't even clear, right? So that's why I recommended we do that, and I think they're going to implement that in this map for the next round before we look at it. Or again.
Yeah, we'll get that updated.
Hey Blaine, speaking to that, Mike,
Sorry.
and this is a healthy conversation, but just difference in cost between a 10-foot paved trail and what is standard, 5-foot natural surface trail? What's the difference in cost?
I don't have the number in front, but it's a significant decrease from the asphalt to the unpaved trail. One just in sheer width, because there's a lot more grading to work on a wider trail.
No
versus
land
natural.
acquisition, and again, you could get your north-south, some of your east-west connections, and now you start to just at least build a basis of a network, and I think it does allow for community just to get out. I've seen these done in Las Vegas area, down in the Tempe area, and they are just using them. In fact, even as is with just the trails, and some of these are even old four-wheeler trails, but I see community walking dogs and like the community is out on these. So really what you're taking is a natural asset and then just at low cost maximizing the use and then just organizing some of it to where there's like, oh, this trail now has a name and this is where I can go, or if I go this way, and then we actually preserve. I mean, some people think it's kind of ugly because it's just a gray dome, but I think it's kind of pretty, and I think it deserves to have some.
So do they actually grade and like road base, or how do they?
There's different ways you can do it. Some have done road base. Some feel like I've worked with Laverkin one recently where they hire a trail builder that they essentially design and build the trail kind of at the same time and just more or less grade and just compact a trail
Use a
around,
road
almost similar to
base
a
or
hiking
chat or
trail.
You can do a chat. I've done a couple chats
Yeah.
trails that way, and they're usually not 10 feet wide. They're 4 5 to 6 feet wide, and
I think we assumed on our costs, either 4 or 6.
Nice.
so the next one, I think it's a carryover from our master plan, is the Harmon Farms Park. So I was kind of saying, because we've just dealt with the Harmons on the trail through there, and they have plans to develop it someday. So I don't know, Paul, we talked about maybe just cutting this one.
Yeah, this one is far out on the horizon. We also thought this might be a placeholder just for somewhere in the fields. If somehow the Adams property or somewhere wanted a trail, we wanted it to be an option, or excuse me, a park. We wanted it to be an option. So that's kind of the reason that this one was left in here. It's kind of a placeholder for anywhere in that
Do
kind
you
of
want to
central
move it
fields
over to
area.
the Adams?
I think that's a great idea.
Move it
We
over
could
to
easily do
the
that.
future Adams annexation, that if we wanted to do something there. Because I'm for that, but that's also not in our 10-year plan either, right?
Yeah.
And there, you can see if you look at the parks, right in the middle is kind of a hole. So maybe it makes sense in that development.
Yeah, it'd be a good location for a trail. It would definitely fill some gaps, or for a park.
So I'm gonna, if there's no other discussion on that, I wanted to jump down to the Washington Fields complex that's in the Stookie Debris Basin. I think we just need to axe that. We have the Alea Park right just north of it, and I think that's one that our future county commissioner can help us if county wants to build some facilities there. So I think we should just axe that one from this, because we have the Alea Park right north of it.
And not only that, Councilman, but I think that we made a motion that contained
Can't be in a floodplain.
a condition that we couldn't have it there. And so,
The Alea Park we can't have there, but
Well, that piece right there is actually up on the bench where it's shown. It was down in the wash there to the east, that the motion said you couldn't have. But everything to the south is going to be industrial anyways.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me to put a park right there on the edge of everything.
I agree.
And Leah's going to have all their own recreational activities within their
This would even compete with the right fields, right, that we've already graded by the Wills Park.
That's farther north.
Yeah.
That's a different.
Yeah,
debris
so
basin.
that, yeah, this would be,
Yeah,
this
this
is
one
way
doesn't
further
make sense to
south
me
than
either.
the right fields.
So we should just axe that one for now. And if we
I
need to,
agree.
in the future, we can look at stuff on the east side of the Southern Parkway as we start developing, if there's any residential toward Mortar Valley or anything like that.
Is that, does anybody know is that city property, trust lands
It's
property?
trust lands. The debris basin, it's trust lands.
And we have no ownership of that property yet?
Nope, and it's in the floodplain.
they were hoping to get it, I believe.
Yeah, but we don't want to park in the floodplain there. We have enough problems with
Yeah.
floodplains and parks. So that brings me to I think it's my last one, and I know I'm wordy. It's the Wills Park expansion or right ball fields. I wanted to have a conversation with the council. I know we had planned 8 ball fields there. I want to propose we do 4 ball fields, a circle, and the rest just open, usable rec grass. I don't want it to be determined that it's just ball fields, because we have a need in the fields for more fields for just community members that we can program to do lacrosse or flag football or whatever we want to do as a city, and have it more open space grass and not just baseball fields, because baseball fields are just so specific. And talking with Jeremy, he mentioned, well, are we building the baseball fields for our community, or are we building it for travel sports? And I thought that's a good question. So I'm asking the council, I would like to see it 4 baseball fields, the rest grass, for the expansion.
You know, Councilman, that's exactly what I've always considered in that next phase. There'd be 4 ball fields, because we have other modes or other modalities that we would like to put in also. But I think 4 is plenty, and that certainly meets the standard of whatever expectation there was when the property was donated to.
So we're talking 3 softball fields and then one for the boys? I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
I'm saying we could do, or we could just get rid of all the baseball. I'm just kidding. No, I agree we need some more baseball fields down there, but I just don't think we need 8, and I think we need to, and we have a lot of other sports that we can multi-program down there. So I would like to, that's what I present, we continue going forward as, And in the master plan, we call out grass space and 4 ball fields when we do our estimate for it, but what does everyone else think?
St. George's, the Canyons baseball complex they've got over off Snow Canyon Parkway isn't even 8 ball fields. I mean, it's 7, so it's close, but I think 4 would probably be plenty. They actually have a wagon wheel here, and it's got 5 of them that fit in a wagon wheel.
Yeah, I don't think we could fit 5 there. I think it's too small, right? Or I know we did a concept plan years ago. I saw, and that's where we saw the 8. And I remember the discussion when you were on the council the first time with Councilman Turek, and I appreciate it. And that was kind of the general thought, is maybe baseball fields. But I don't think there was ever discussion of exactly what do. But I'd like to do some baseball and some grass, and then we have the Great Wills Park, and I think it'll be a top-notch facility.
There was never a conversation, as I recall, about how many fields, though I don't think anybody perceived it would be more than, probably 4 fields.
What I love about this conversation too is I think the council's being very mindful of our community's ability to use it and not just catering to, these traveling sports teams. And I also appreciate what our neighbors to the west did in some of their fields. They're turf, they're not grass. They're turf fields, and those can be multi-use too and be more efficient on water. But I'm fine with 4 fields and then having a flexibility with grass or similar in the rest.
So Paul, at one time there was even talk of a swimming pool, an open swimming pool there. So that was years ago, but is that still something on the?
So it's in the plan, it's outside the 10 years. It's on there as a proposed recreation facility. That's the satellite Washington Fields recreation facility, would include a pool in that area.
Well, I agree. I think that as we talk about the fields, I would like to duplicate what the Little League fields here by the community center are.
Agreed.
I think our focus needs to be on Little League, softball, baseball. If we have one large field for older kids to play, then I think that would be great, but that would be my
I think we need to have a couple larger fields, right?
Yeah, you had 2 large and 2 small.
1 or 2.
So just pulling up the Little Valley, the fields in Little Valley, they got 4 fields there, and then that's where they've got all the pickleball courts, and they've got, volleyball courts and some soccer fields right there.
They have 4 soccer fields and 4 baseball.
4 ball fields.
That's kind of what I'm after, is a Little Valley feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's plenty. We've been down there playing with my kids. It's great. It's plenty. It doesn't get crazy. You get more than 4, it gets to be a little much.
Well, it's also, if you consider this too, if we master plan that area, why couldn't we put a little bit of neighborhood commercial in there and get some amenities in there that allows people to stay there and eat and have refreshments in that park area? I mean, I think that this needs a good look. We're not really committed to anything at this point, but I think if we look at it holistically and make it not only a park, but make it maybe some infrastructure for the city and to grow by and for residents to enjoy and visitors to enjoy, I think I'd like to have that conversation too as we go forward.
And I've got a question. When we talk about open grass areas and fields and the lack of parks south of the river, are we looking for these to be athletic fields, or do we want this to be a community space where we can have events like Veterans is where we have all the city events? It would be great to have something with the flexibility to do similar things south of the river.
I would like, my personal opinion is more like Veterans, where it's just open grass. And I'm not saying we couldn't do a little bit of combination, but I feel like we need places that people can do. And, a 3rd grade soccer team can just show up on a Wednesday and pick a corner and go play, right? Sullivan's our programmed grass area. That's how I feel it should be, but I'm trying to find, I can't tell you how many times it's just people are like, yeah, we don't have a field or we don't have this to play on from these.
But you could also program our rec league, games
Yeah.
down there. And I actually even like the idea of having the council take a stab at it holistically and looking at some of these creative ways, because 10, 20 years down the road, people will want to gather in a central location down there. So I think that's definitely a conversation. I think it gives you enough for this facilities plan, but I think this is definitely something that the council should start to chew on for what that ultimately looks like.
Yeah, I know many families travel to Mesquite to, go to the fields down there rather than stay here. So I think the more fields, I feel like they would be used for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, what else? Anyone else on this?
I'd love to comment. So I love this conversation that we've had. I'm not enthusiastic at all about raising the impact fee $800. I mean, right now, when it's so unaffordable,
I
it's just
agree.
so bad out there right now for anybody.
That's a third.
to
I think we
afford
should
to
keep
have.
it. I would go up just under 5, but I wouldn't go, like, I'm not 450, 400. I think we should be the same, 48 for now.
I agree. It makes my gut ache just to think of raising impact fees right now. And it's
Wait,
tough.
yeah.
Yeah,
And this is an area that we can.
I just don't think we can do it, or at least I can't, so.
So this is why the council choose on it, guys, all right? Bring them something back that
Okay.
makes it work.
Will do.
I don't want to rush this. We do have more work session items. I also did a continuation of the work session onto the regular meeting in case these went long. So in light of Councilman Henderson's and the nods that I saw, is there low-hanging fruit on this based on some of these parks that we reviewed that could change the factors and lower that impact fee to something that's 5 or less? I mean, I'm just trying to hear what the council's saying.
Yeah, absolutely. There's things we can do there. The other thing that can be done is, one, the impact fee analysis shows what the max allowable is with that given plan. So it's always an option just to be less than that. But the other thing what we can do is put some of these that are on like the 9-year, 8-year, put them at the 11-year. And then it's just something that keeps an eye on. And if for some, because a lot of these are developments that are coming in, and if they come in, they're going to want to use impact fee credits to build them. But it could be outside for now. And then if it looks like, oh, hey, that development's going in, amendment could be made, and it's a pretty easy to swap out
And
two parks.
when we have these master plan communities, and we have some beautiful ones around the community, and they've built really nice amenities, but do we have, we don't just give them a blank check on this, right, Paul? They have a level of service that's kind of city standard. You meet this city standard, you build it out. But you're saying some of those we could, it's like, I really appreciate the way the city manager works with department heads on budget. It's like, if you're 80% certain you're going to build it within this year, put it in the capital facilities plan for budgets. On this, I think we want to have some certainty that these are ones that are going to be built in so that we keep that impact fee tight and tied to projects that we think we're going to build. I think that's really important, even from just when people are paying impact fee. Like, we expect these to be built.
Yep. Yeah, we can definitely.
So in your plan, the 10-year plan, you've got 99,684 new housing units. If you reduce the impact fee, just for conversation, that would make the impact fee down about 3.2 million. It'd be just under 50 million. So that's still,
That's where you got to get.
that's kind of where, is that what I'm hearing? Just under the 50.
You got to get under 50 million.
We did it in 29, so when you were on the council, Mayor, the impact fee that was, I guess, recommended wasn't adopted. It was a lower amount that was adopted. And when it came in for us in 2019, we said, okay, look, because there was this whole list of all these different things that could be impact fee eligible, and it wasn't really tied to anything. So we said, okay, look, here's a spreadsheet. You know, this is tied to this, and this is tied to this, and that's kind of where we came up with that number, last time. Because the council sat there and said, these are the parks that we specifically want to be included, and then the spreadsheet just tells you that's the number it needs to be, right? So it did raise a little bit from what it was before. Certainly it's, same type of a thing here. Just say, maybe say, hey, here's our recommendation, and then the council look at it and says, yeah, we want to include this one, this one, this one, this one. And then that way it ties back and it just generates your impact fee at that point.
I think we've always been shooting for that same number. We felt the same thing that Councilman Henderson did. And I think now with the conversation, I don't think we're going to have any problem getting it back to the number that we're at right now.
And we're pretty close.
Or even lower.
We'll have no problem getting it back to the number that
Or
we're
even
at.
lower.
But I think Councilman makes a good point. You're about 4 million off, 3-4.
Well, the Washington Dome project is $5 million, so there's that.
I actually, Councilman Bellis, will you arm wrestle for me? Or she'll beat me. We're gonna arm wrestle. We can do punching. You could. Horse. You would be being horse. And pickleball. Thank you. Got anything else, council?
No, I appreciate the discussion, and I really appreciate you guys bringing it so we can deep dive into these, so.
Okay, yep, we'll make some edits and come back.
Thanks, Blaine. Paul, will you stay up here for a minute? We got 10 more minutes. We're gonna move on to the next item that you're presenting on, and then we're gonna, if you're okay, Councilman Ivy, that e-motorcycle discussion, we'll put it at the end of the regular meeting agenda, where we've already planned for that, thinking we might go over. Item 4 on this agenda is Wills Park upgrades discussion. Still Parks Department Director Paul Walker, still a new title. We're a month into this thing or less?
Officially, I think it's been a week.
A week, okay.
But we've been doing it for a little bit. So let me share this. So we've got some funds left for the Wheels Park, and the Wheels Park's been fantastic. It's been really successful. We're kind of getting a feel for it and kind of what's going on down there and what's happening and what people are liking and kind of some things that we may add to it. So we just want to get your feedback on the direction to go. We've got a few things. We don't have money to pay for all of them, but we've got a good chunk of money we could pay for a lot of them. So we want to get feedback from the council, see what direction we should go with some of these. I'll run through some of these.
Might just mention where the money came from. This is money that as we were building our park, after we borrowed the money, we were making more in interest than what the interest was costing us to pay out. We made about $1 million more in interest than we paid out on the loan during that time. Now the federal government wants their portion back because these were tax-free government bonds. So we had to pay back about $700,000, leaving about $300,000 left that we had held back. So just interesting to know why we ended up with some money there.
Interesting.
They should have gave us the $1 million.
But it's still based off of the debt that was taken out.
Correct.
For the
Yeah.
park.
Just interest that had accrued while we waited to build it. Yeah.
All right, give us the options. Give the council the options.
Okay, so the first one we've talked about is shade. There's a lot of concrete, a lot of synthetic turf down there. This is kind of the places we're looking at adding shade. One of the difficult constraints we've got is the lighting out there. We would love to put more shade, but if we put shade, it can block the lights. It was really a bit of a challenge to get some of these bowls as deep as they were lit, so we have to be mindful of that when we put some shade in. So we've got some kind of areas we preliminarily laid out for some shade, a lot of them around the perimeters and around the play areas in the splash pad. This is an example of some much smaller ones that we've got at Canyon Park and at the dog park. These are 8 by 8. We're looking at doing 12 by 12, 16 by 16, or 20 by 20, combinations of those.
Do you guys want to know a quick fun fact?
Yeah.
The reason why we have that at the dog park is because they ordered the wrong color for the Canyon Park.
We moved it down
Okay.
there.
And we said, well, we're not paying for that. And they said, well, we don't want it back. And gave it to the city. Just, yeah. It's a good, they were good, so.
I go down to the dog park and people congregate underneath those. They'll move the things around to try to match the shade because it's much needed. Henry thanks you.
Henry.
So these, yeah, so you guys are familiar with these. They're cantilevered, and
Those bigger ones, can they withstand the wind?
yes, these, I think it says they're rated for 110 mile per hour winds.
They last, it's not too bad. They last for like, usually what goes bad is the sun just beats on the shade and you got to replace just the shade.
The fabric.
The tarp.
Yeah, we've got fabric over the bleachers at Sullivan, and we've had to replace those one time. Usually they last really well, and they'll get thin, and then the wind blows, really bad storm, and then we'll have to replace them. But they last quite a long time. And the structures,
These are very cost-effective shade structures compared to some of the bigger ones that you can get.
Yeah. And just idea, some of the areas we're looking at, so,
So, Paul,
yeah.
just real quick, when you say they're cantilevered, are they retractable at all, or they're just fixed
No,
cantilever?
they're fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of the areas we've got the synthetic turf out there, someplace we've got 15 feet of synthetic turf, and it would be great to have some shade over that. This is around the splash pad. This is one of the locations we'd like to put it. It would shade the bench, but also give some area on the ground where people could come in and get out of the sun.
Would you just place it over the turf?
Yes, we would put it in the turf, kind of next to the sidewalk, and then it would cover that whole turf area and go out into the other sidewalk where the benches are a little bit.
The only issue with that is if people eat on there, and I don't know if you've seen other tables at other parks, how messy that can be. I don't know how it would be to be able to clean the turf.
Yeah, that's, so,
I
we
don't
do a
think
lot
we
of
should
cleaning up.
put benches there. I think we should put the shades, because people come with their lawn chairs and walk with their kids and let them do it that way versus putting more benches and tables underneath.
They'll put their towels out and stuff. We've seen that
So you're
quite
just
a bit.
considering, you're just proposing just to do shade?
Just
no,
shade.
No,
And,
Yeah,
you know, we do have the benches that are already around the playground, but I'm saying we should just add the shade in areas that they can also just put a lawn chair, because that shade moves.
I like that, rather than
Yeah.
putting, I was just mentioning it because of the other pictures you had shown that have the shade over a table.
so we do want to do that in certain places. We'll get to that, but the options that we're thinking around the playground area, you can see in this picture, sort of, there's a lady sitting right in the shade of the trunk of the tree. So there's plenty of surface out there that people would use if it were out of the sun. We've looked at a couple areas. We've got some large open landscape rock areas, and these areas we would want to put some concrete and some picnic tables. So we may do a combination, depending on how the council feels about it. That's another option, is we could add some larger canopies with some picnic tables under
Is
them.
that by the 40-yard dash
Yes,
area?
on the-
Is that area used a lot, as much as the other areas?
The 40-yard dash is used a lot. There's a lot of families that come and use that. It all kind of ebbs and flows, different times and different ages come.
Well, that's where me and Councilman Casper are going for the Washington Dome. We're going down a 40-yard dash.
Yeah, there you go.
No rules.
I think if you had some if you had some benches there and some shade and all that in that rock area, it'd get used, you know? It
Yeah.
won't get used now because there's nothing there.
Yeah, there's a small pavilion by the ninja course in the 40-yard dash, and it's full of people.
Is it? Because I'm concerned it's kind of off in the corner, but maybe I don't hang out in that side of the park.
Yeah.
I hang out on the other side. So,
And again, we're looking for places that won't affect the lighting as well. Like, we would love to put some of these in the middle, but it isn't as feasible in the middle.
He's being careful, but I'll say it, lighting and security.
Yeah.
We can't block certain areas.
Yeah, and you've got that kind of strange group of rollerbladers that are up there sometimes.
Yeah.
They're
We
kind
gotta
Look at you,
make sure-
Jordan.
They're kind of strange.
Make sure our
strange
cameras
bunch.
can see them.
I'm not looking to my left. I'm just looking
it
at
is
you,
odd
Jordan.
to go there and you're an old guy and you're on rollerblades and all the kids are like, "You're weird. What are you doing here?" And there's like 3 of us or 4 that hang out. And then I haven't seen Jordan back, so I don't think he comes anymore. I think he retired.
So any feedback on the shade structures?
Can you go back to the overall exhibit, Paul?
The
The
layout?
one that, again, I didn't think about the lighting. I wanted more around the skate park because that's where a lot of the kids are. I definitely agree with the splash pad and the playground because there's so many families that hang out there. The one on the very southwest corner, that's such a weird spot and it's kind of in a hole that I just don't think it's worth putting anything there. I went and looked at it last night and I'm like, I just think it's, because the pump track kind of goes up high.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of in a hole that I feel like we shouldn't put anything there. But I also still want to put these.
Is that an area where kids would sit and kind of wait for their turn?
No, because it's like off the parking lot and the pump track's up here. The kids sit on the top of the pump track
Okay.
in the middle and kind of work their way back forth, but they don't. That's just a
I
weird.
should know better, but you guys go down to the park. I don't have any kids at home, and they haven't blessed me with any grandkids yet, so I try to avoid going and hanging out in parks.
He's not there with
We
his
got a lot you
kids.
can
He's over there doing
No,
jumps
I'm there
and
with
backflips.
my kids there more than me, and it's kind of a problem. Like, this park is a problem for me right now.
Yeah, I think, Paul, just to kind of summarize where you're up to this point, I think that makes a good point there. That's an area where they're coming off the BMX track right there. And trucks can back up there and they have tailgates down, so that area might not be great. The area where the rocks are up there on the 40-yard dash on the east side, you know, no one's been there because there hasn't been any improvements there. It would kind of, I think if we kind of incorporate it so people that are using the play structure and the 40-yard dash, maybe more in that corner, could kind of overflow to that. Might be better than just along that northern strip of the 40-yard dash.
I was thinking move the one that we were just talking about on the southwest up to where the actual grass pad is and maybe hit that area. Just you see where I'm talking?
Where's the
Sorry.
grass
No,
pad?
which grass pad?
The strip between the big
The
bowl
real grass between the playground and the
Oh,
big
the-
bowl.
and big bowl and splash.
There's that grass area, and the trees just aren't big yet. And
Yeah.
I was thinking put a shade somewhere in there that kind of is by the grass, that goes over the grass.
Yeah, yeah, we could
Don't do
potentially do that in that
concrete,
corner.
just put the shade, and people could put up their lawn chairs, and then they can see the playground, they can see the skate park, and kind of go both ways. Was my thought on that one. But
Yeah, we
I'm
could-
about adding more shade too. Like, I'd rather put more money in shade because we don't have much, because the palm trees do a sliver, right, everywhere. We don't, and the other trees aren't grown yet, and they will eventually.
Yeah, and the skate park has a lot of seating built into it, little stem walls for people to sit on and hang out, but it's really difficult to be able to shade any of those areas.
Paul, how much more do you have to go through?
I can go as quick as you guys will let me.
Take
Or
it
we can
high
come
level,
back.
and we can continue this in the regular meeting as well, because we're
Let's just
a little after 5:30 now.
Yeah, we can come back to it if you'd like.
Let's,
It's fine.
you okay with that, council? Okay with that, council? Okay, thank you. We're gonna finish up the Wills Park upgrades discussion, and we'll have the e-motorcycle discussion as part of the regular meeting. This time I'll turn to the council for a motion to adjourn the workshop session.
So made.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned until 6 p.m. Today is Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. We are at Washington City Hall in the council chambers for our regular meeting. Our meetings are streamed live at washingtoncity.org/meetings and archived there for later viewing. As is tradition over the last few years now, maybe more than a few, maybe 3 or 4 years, we will have the invocation given by a member of the Interfaith Council, and tonight we welcome the Reverend Jimmy Keston from Solomon's Porch Foursquare Fellowship to start our meeting off with an invocation. Following the invocation, Councilman Kurt Ivey will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor, and what a privilege and joy it is to be with you. And as we enter into this 251st year of American exceptionalism, it is a blessing to know that the principles that made this country great are principles that Washington City adheres to in its governance and always shall. And what a grateful time this is to be an American. Let's pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for the many gifts that we have in being Americans and for this 250-year celebration that we just completed as we move into this next season of the American experiment. We know that it is city councils like this one in Washington that are truly the core of what American political system is about, and government closest to the people. And we are so grateful for these who have been called to serve this city, all of its department heads and employees. We ask that your blessing be upon all those who have business in front of this council today, and may you give our decision makers wisdom beyond their capability to guide this city forward. I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand. You'll repeat after me. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you, Mayor. I have a church service tonight.
Good to see you, Reverend. Before we start with our regular meeting, we are going to pivot to our public forum. Now, we do these public forums quarterly at the beginning of the first regular meeting, and so July 8th is the first meeting of the third quarter of the year. So at this time, before I invite any residents to speak, and I would just ask you to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, but I would just remind you that if you want an even quicker response, you can go online and type in "let us know" at washingtonutah.gov, and a member of the city staff will respond to your inquiry. You can also email the council at councilconnect@washingtonutah.gov, and that gives you quick access to the mayor and council. That said, we enjoy the opportunity to represent and listen to you. So at this time, I am going to open it up to any Washington City resident who would like to share some feedback with their elected representation. If you'll just state your name and just verify that you're a Washington City resident, and then most well-spoken comments can be made within about 3 to 5 minutes. This is an opportunity for the council to listen. The city manager and the council are taking notes. So you may not get a lot of feedback, but I can tell you from experience that you will get feedback at some point, whether it's a little bit now, but certainly more later. So at this time, I'll open it up for comments from the public. Yeah, start here at the mic there. And if you'll just state your name and that you're a Washington City resident.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Hershey. I'm a Washington City resident living very close to the OMP landfill, and my health has been severely impacted by the underground fire releasing toxic chemicals into the air. What started in June 2025 as daily headaches and migraines quickly turned into hormonal issues such as underactive thyroid, PMDD, and PCOS issues. Please note that burning materials such as rubber from tires is a known endocrine disruptor. Tires also contain latex, which is a common allergy that many people have, myself included. When the weather cooled down in September, the smell in our neighborhood started getting stronger, and I started breaking out in large patches of hives all over my body, which you can see in the packets provided. I have been through hundreds of blood tests, doctor's appointments, and have even ended up in the emergency room due to anaphylactic hives that covered my entire body and burning, itching welts that started threatening my breathing. At the CR visit, I was given an EpiPen, high doses of antihistamines, anti-inflammatories, and steroids to calm my system, but the hives returned the next day in spite of these life-saving measures. I have also been to the ER with my son. During a particularly bad week of pollution in December, not only did I break out in horrible hives, but my son also experienced severe breathing issues, and he had been in urgent care the day before the ER visit and was given a breathing treatment and a steroid shot. He seemed to do better from this treatment until the toxic chemicals started seeping into the air that evening. We went outside just to get in the car, and his symptoms became worse. He was gasping for air. By the time we got to urgent care, they checked his oxygen, and we were immediately sent to the ER. Watching your 3-year-old's eyes roll back as they struggle to breathe is a pain worse than the hives I have been experiencing for 10 months. Please note that the hives I experience are not normal hives. As you can see in the pictures provided to you, they are much larger, more intense, more painful, and I have tried several antihistamines with little effect, mast cell stabilizers, and biologic injections. The treatments I need are not easily covered by insurance and come with their own side effects, which is why I've had to stay on powerful immunosuppressants for over 6 months, because it is the only thing that helps me somewhat function. But I still wake up covered in hives and cannot function until the medicine calms my system down, which can take several hours. The best treatment for this condition is an injection called Xolair, and it costs $5,000 per month without insurance. I've been given a trial of this and still continued having severe hives. I have been trying to obtain insurance approval for another medication to help this painful condition, and the cost of this medication is $2,500 per month. At this point, there was a point where I started doing better around May, but then the toxic fumes came back, which resulted in my body going into another severe flare, ruining all the progress I had made. At this point in time, we are planning to move due to the fact that no matter how hard I try to do what is right for my health, I can't avoid breathing. I truly hope my story helps you realize the damage this pollution may cause to the people who live near ONP. I am not the only one experiencing problems related to this pollution. My problems are simply more visible. Others cannot take a picture of the problems they are experiencing. Please do something to help this community. ONP may have been here first, but your city council approved this development, and it is your job to help us now as they continue to pollute our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Caitlin, thank you for having the courage to come and share that. I know it's been an ongoing issue. I will give you just what little update I have. Bear with me for 1 second. Let's see here. I can tell you that Jaylyn Knudsen with the Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Waste Management and Radiation Control, along with the Division Director Ted Sonnenberg, will be visiting the Purgatory OMP landfill at a future date, and they'll give me an update along with Fire Chief and City Manager, and we will determine from that point what updates we can provide to the public. Are there any other individuals, residents, who would like to give comment to the City Council during this public forum? Seeing none, I will close the public forum. And before we move into our regular meeting, I'll just make note again that we welcome Gary Webster from Senator Mike Lee's staff And we welcome Sam Harvey from Congresswoman Celeste Malloy's staff. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate the ongoing support for our community. Council, we do have need to go to closed session for items 11A and 11B. I've been assured it will be brief. That said, I will look to you for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an approved agenda. We will start with announcements. I have invited our friends from Greater Zion to come and present to the council and to the community a state of tourism in Washington County. So I'll invite Chad McWilliams and Matthew Watson to come forward. You know, Chad, I was tempted to say Sherlock and Watson, but I kept it to Chad McWilliams and Matthew Watson.
He's definitely the smarter one. I will give you that for for what he does. My name is Chad McWilliams with Greater Zion Tourism and Convention Office. My role within the tourism office is sports and adventure and large-scale events, and whether those be off-road events, athletic events, or anything like that, and along with golf marketing. So we do market and help support all 14 of the golf courses and Green Springs, and I'll just tell you, Green Springs thrives. I speak with Kevin, and they do a great job out there, and that is one of the people's favorites. You know, they want to play one of the 2 or 3 big ones, but we're grateful for Green Springs and then being maybe, I'll say, a little more affordable, you know, to some of the tourists that are coming in to play golf. But.
And we love Green Spring. It's our city course. We also love Coral Canyon, which is the other golf course in Washington City.
So Coral Canyon, privately owned, but I was just where you guys oversee Kevin and the crew out there. But Coral Canyon, all 14 of those golf courses within the 20-mile radius are a gem to us. We've been recognized as one of the top 3 golf destinations in the last couple of years in the U.S. For the things you can do outside and off the golf course. I was talking to Councilmember Belliston. I am not a golfer, but him and I are surely will, in the near future, maybe drive on a golf cart and take any of you guys that want to go golf out. And then Watson, Matthew Watson, our community partner and relations manager. Matthew's role is to kind of visit with each one of the partners that we have, with the businesses, the hotels, and all the communities, and he kind of hears the complaints. He hears what's going on. And he's kind of our eyes and ears and mouthpiece for what we do within the Greater Zion office.
Thank you, Chad, and thank you, Mayor and Council, again, for inviting us to come out and talk to you today. So just want to spend a little bit of time today talking about why tourism is important and why the visitor economy is important to you, not only as council members, but as residents here, and why that impacts the residents so positively. So as Chad mentioned, we are the Greater Zion Convention and Tourism Office. So we are the official tourism office for Washington County. And our mission is to maximize the revenue generated by visitors to create a superior experience for visitors and residents. Now, what does that mean? Hopefully, throughout this presentation this afternoon, we can kind of explain a little bit what that means and why we do what it is that we do. But before we dive into that, I just want to go ahead and start with this quote. And those of you that have heard me present before know that I absolutely love this quote. And it really illustrates why the visitor economy is so important to our community. So if you build a place where people want to visit, you build a place where people want to live. And if you build a place where people want to live, you build a place where people want to work. And if you build a place where people want to work, you'll build a place where business has to be. And if you build a place where business has to be, you'll build a place where people want to visit. And so I think this quote really illustrates just kind of the cycle of investment that tourism spurs on in our community. You know, gone are the days where folks chase smokestacks. Nowadays, people are chasing vibes. And so they want to live in a city that has a good quality of life. Our residents want to stay in a city that has a good quality of life. And the visitor economy is what allows our residents to have such a strong quality of life here in Washington County and Washington City. Now, just want to go ahead and don't want to bore you with too many numbers today, but want to talk a little bit about some of the visitor spending impacts. So this study right here is one put together by the Kempsey Gardner Policy Institute, looking at visitor spending in 2024. So one of the great things about tourism is those are folks that come into our community bringing outside money and infusing outside money into our economy. So they spend money not only at our hotels, our restaurants, our stores, so that means that they pay state and local sales tax. So in 2024, 1 of every 10 state sales tax dollars was contributed by a visitor. 1 of every 7 local sales tax dollars was contributed by a visitor. So to put that in perspective, that's the equivalent of over 1,000 teacher salaries. So that's 1,000 of your kids' teachers that their salaries were paid for by a visitor that you did not have to pay for. That's the equivalent of 1,500 miles of road maintenance in our state. So again, you can see that those effects really run deep, and we're really grateful to have such a strong visitor economy here. So I want to take a little bit to talk about transient room tax. So transient room tax is the tax that a visitor pays whenever they spend a night at a hotel, short-term rental, a hotel site. And that's the money that goes back to our office to fund our office, is that 4.5% county transient room tax. And there are very strict guidelines on how that must be spent. So 56% of that is to be spent on projects that not only benefit our residents, but also encourage future tourism. And the remaining 44% of that is spent on establishing and promoting tourism in the area. In addition to the 4.5% transient room tax that the county collects, each municipality is able to enact a 1% transient room tax, and this is money that goes directly into your general funds. So to put that into perspective, year to date, Washington City has collected over $235,000 of that 1% transient room tax that goes into your general funds to use at your discretion. And one thing that's very exciting, as sure as council knows, you have many hotels that are in the works that are being built here in Washington City. So as those hotels continue to go online, that transient room tax number that you collect is only going to increase. But here's the thing. You know, we all love Kevin Costner here in Washington County, but I have to say, Kevin Costner is a liar. He one time said, if you build it, they will come. And that is the biggest lie that has ever been told by Kevin Costner. That is simply not true. If we build hotels, visitors are not just going to come. We need to make sure that we promote and keep those hotels full. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. So I mentioned in that previous slide the projects and how we have to spend some of that money on promoting and building projects in Washington County. So here's just an example of all the projects that we have funded in Washington City since 2022. So we've contributed almost $4 million to Washington City for projects since 2022. Again, projects that we all know and love, like the Wheels Park, like the beautiful, old gym renovation that is just right behind here. So again, these are great projects that benefit residents that visitors helped pay for. So we are very, very, grateful for the visitor economy to allow these projects to happen. So I mentioned, we need to promote tourism. So there's a myth out there that we don't need to promote tourism. If we stop, people will simply keep coming. And again, as I said, that's not true. Every single destination in the United States is competing for people's hard-earned discretional income to travel. And so we need to make sure that we stay competitive so that we can continue welcoming those visitors and their dollars to our area. And so our office is very strategic in how we promote this. There's kind of a myth that we have a one, come all message, but that's simply not true. We want visitors that stay longer, spend more, and really are good stewards of our area. Everyone in our office lives in Washington County, and a lot of us live in Washington City, so we want to make sure that these cities that we know and love stay the cities that we know and love. So how do we promote tourism? We do this in a couple of ways. So we promote heavily to the domestic markets.
Do you live in Washington City?
I don't. I live right on the border of Washington City.
You should move a block over there.
I was going to say, I might have to. I spend most of my money in Washington City, but one of these days we'll move over. So as I was saying, we promote heavily, to the domestic market. We promote heavily to international visitors from around the world. We also bring in a lot of different meetings and conventions to the area. We focus a lot on sports events and adventure tourism. And then we also promote film production. And some of you might be sitting up there and thinking, wait, why on earth is a tourism office talking about film production? Well, film productions, when they come into town, they're visitors. They're bringing in new money to our economy, and they bring a lot of money. It was one time described to me that when a film production comes to town, it's like they have a boxcar full of cash and they set it on fire because that's how much money they spend. You know, we heard a story that when Kevin Costner was filming Horizons out here, rather than washing jeans, every few weeks they would go to the Tilly's at the mall and buy out all their jeans because it was more convenient for them to buy new jeans than to wash them. Again, that's money that's coming into the pockets of our residents. In addition, film is a billboard that lasts forever. So when folks see this beautiful area on film, that encourages them to come out and visit here. So really a perpetual cycle of visitation. I'm gonna go ahead and let Chad talk a little bit about some of the events and how we promote events in the area.
You know, when you were on the film, I was having a meeting out at Entrada, and we were talking about their golf course and how hard it is to play their golf course and what we could do to kind of get that message out. And we got talking about film, and people still travel and ask for the Zac Efron room. You know, it's all not the same beds, but they still ask for that, and they want to be where they're at. So these people want to see these places with film. So it's kind of a neat thing. We get a lot of people who want to know exactly where Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were filmed in Snow Canyon. They want that crawl look. When we have events and we take people and are like, what area is it? I think I got it down pretty good now. But one of the avenues we do use to kind of fill these Tetris holes in our calendar at the time of the year is we use sports and adventure events to kind of plug some of those holes and to boost up the economy. A couple of the things that we're kind of proud of having here in Washington County is Trail Hero. Those that know Trail Hero and Trail Hero Music Festival, it's about 4,000 rock crawlers and jeepers and side-by-sides who come in and spend a week in Washington County, up at Sand Hollow and throughout the county. But then they also have a 3-day musical festival that's open to the public and everybody throughout. Trail Hero is probably the #1 economic single event that we have in Washington County. Their economic impact on a very conservative is between $8 and $10 million on that particular event. We don't really feel a whole lot of that impact like we did with, say, Iron Man and things like that. And people bring up, well, what do we replace Iron Man with? Well, one of the things I'll tell the council here, because we just announced there a couple months ago, is the Spartan will have a Zion Trifecta weekend, which will be about 12,000 to 15,000 athletes in Sand Hollow the first weekend in March. And what was nice about that, it came at a cost of half of Ironman and half the impact of Ironman. You know, we in Washington City got a lot of that brunt of roads closed and using your staff and everybody to kind of for the what, you know, and the why are we taking on this hit. But this is one that's going to be benefit everybody. The other one that we like to use that we invested in a couple years ago is with the PGA and the LPGA out at Black Desert and at Copper Rock. Those two single events have created, and I just finished the economic impact. I'll send to all the people on the city council for last year's golf was conservatively $147 million into Washington County's economy. That's based on one individual playing at least 2 rounds, spending at least 2 nights, and spending a minimum of $100. And that does not include the jobs that it creates with your secondary, your tee boxes, your birdie lounges, your golf simulator kind of places. But I'll send you the full report on that here as soon as I get the graphics done on it. But that's why we invest in these events. Going back to Trail Hero once again, when they first came here, they brought Kawasaki in to be a vendor at their thing. Now look at the big plant that Kawasaki is now building here. Talking with them, they're obviously
by here you mean here in Washington City.
County. Yeah, Washington City. But it's a lot of with what we have to offer here. The quality. Yeah, he's gonna move across the street. I'm kind of stuck downtown St. George for a hot minute, but I've kind of eyeballing some of those places out there by the new Wheels Park. So we're looking there. But we use these events and we plug these events in strategic times of the year so that we can boost that economy up year round. We are still kind of working on June and July and August because they are hot. We were focused on water sports and things like that and some indoor stuff. And then the Dixie Center is one of those ones that we know we need an expansion on. and we're constantly looking at that. But in the summertime, we bring in big conventions, and we have an individual in our office that's all she does is works on bringing in these big conventions into the convention center. This summer, we have a religious group that rents it out quite regularly, and they bring in thousands, and they spend a lot of money while they're here, and nobody knows they're here. But one of the things that we're kind of lacking with our meeting and convention space is we don't have enough weekends in the year that are perfect weather weekends, and we don't have enough room anymore at the convention center. So hopefully in the next couple of years, you'll see the convention center double, and that'll allow us to bring in more conventions so that we have more dollars that we can then reinvest back into our communities that we're working on. And like Matthew said, these dollars that go right back to you, just almost that $4 million in the Wheels Park, which is one of these things we'll have another side message here in our meeting, is that with that Wheels Park, now I can start looking at that as like, what events can we stick there? What can we bring in to highlight that? Is there some Red Bull stuff that we can do in there? Is there some BMX stuff that we can do? And so that opens up another asset that we have that makes Washington County one of the best destinations in the country, if not. And I'm kind of biased, but #1 in the state. So we're grateful for that project.
You're gonna have problems fighting off the kids to get off of it for an event.
Yeah, we'll
It's
have to
packed
figure
every
that
day,
one out for a
so
second.
maybe on a Wednesday, in the middle of the day in the summer, you can have it.
I've driven by there several times looking at it going, ooh, what can we bring in here? So we're grateful for that facility.
And one of the things I always like to talk about with the convention center is not only does that benefit, with the events we can bring in, but it benefits us here as residents. I know many of us, there are beloved events that happen at the Dixie Center every year, and I think we can all attest to, we've been to the Dickens Festival, and it's a bit too crowded, and there's not any room to breathe. So again, by expanding the Dixie Center, that will allow some of these community events that we know and love to grow, which is super exciting. So we've talked a lot about, okay, how do we bring people in, but where are folks coming from? So people come and visit our home from all over the world, which is something that's really cool and something that we should be proud about. So up here on the screen, you'll see some of our top markets, both domestically and internationally. So again, international visitors are great because they spend more and stay longer. Australia is one of our favorite markets. They're actually Utah's #1 ski market. So Australian and New Zealand visitors, they really can't ski there. So they come here and they spend about 2 weeks in Utah. And no one's going to spend 2 weeks skiing. So they spend about a week skiing up in northern Utah and then a week down here in our national park. So again, a really, really great market that is infusing new money into our economy. Now, I know we talked a lot with you guys today, but of course we want to be respectful of council's time. And so we invite you, if any of you are interested in learning a little bit more details about what we do, some more of the details of how we promote visitation and why it's so important to you, we would be more than happy to come back to a work meeting, or we invite any of you to reach out to our office and we're happy to sit down with you one-on-one. If you want more regular updates, we send out a partner newsletter periodically, which I've attached to this QR code here. So anyone is more than welcome to scan that and get those regular updates. And because you've heard so much from Chad and I, you're probably sick of hearing our voices. We wanted to close with a video from some of the residents here in the area to hear why the tourism economy is so important to them.
This is our home, where we live, work, and raise our families. We know this place is special, and we're proud to share it with the world.
We're bringing so many people in here. It's changed our community, and I feel like it's changed it for the better.
If you look at what drives business here, it really is dependent on the tourism aspects, the hiking, the biking, the outdoors, the activities, the events, the history, the arts. All of those things make St. George a really great place to come.
Every overnight visitor to Greater Zion helps our economy through the transient room tax, which is reinvested in our communities, building and maintaining trails, supporting jobs, and preserving the places that make Washington County unforgettable.
It's a great place for everyone, but I also just think that people don't know what those tax dollars are doing and providing when guests come and they stay and they spend money in hotels and they go to restaurants and they visit the parks and they go shopping. Those are all things that bring us amenities that we don't have to pay for.
Zion National Park is the heart of our community, drawing the world to our doorstep. Its impact touches nearly every family in Washington County through livelihoods, local pride, and the beauty we all share.
Tourism is the lifeblood of all the businesses in Springdale. If you turn the clock back 20 years, you would see nothing like what you see now.
For the last 20 years, we've had to scrape for everything we could. Now with all the tourism that's coming here, with the exposure that we've gotten in southern Utah, in Greater Zion, we've had the ability to bring in more income and continue to grow and flourish here.
People are drawn to this place, its beauty, its energy, its sense of possibility. But what we have built here didn't happen by chance. It's the result of years of smart planning and investment.
I think messaging and advertising from people who care, such as the county, the local towns, state of Utah, I think we can't take the foot off the gas there. I think we need that forever.
Without marketing, and I've seen this in other communities, when we pull back the tourism marketing, you lose what we've worked so hard to build and getting people to recognize us for all that we have. It goes away really, really quickly, and it doesn't come back very fast. It would take us years and years and years to build back what we've got now.
Continued tourism funding is vital for expanding our venues, improving recreation, and sustaining long-term prosperity, all made possible by dedicated visitor taxes.
I understand that expansion is coming to our airport and expansion is coming to the Dixie Center. Those are things that benefit not just tourists, but also the locals.
Vision and investment keep Greater Zion thriving for everyone.
Tourism is such an important industry here in our community. It's easy to see how a hotel benefits from tourism. It's easy to see how a restaurant benefits from tourism. But those hoteliers pay their workers and they buy tires and they buy groceries, and that grocery store pays their workers and they buy, you know, sporting goods or whatever. To be able to provide that and to create that synergy is so important.
Those people that are enjoying this area and connect to it, we want their friends because they're going to be like-minded. They're going to want to take care of the park. They're going to want to be the right kind of visitor. They're going to continue to grow what it is Greater Zion has worked so hard to get to. We still have so much to do. Without Greater Zion, we can't keep this momentum, and we're not there yet.
Tourism isn't just about visitors, it's about us, our families, our businesses, our shared future. When we invest in tourism, we're investing in the heart of our community, our home, our hopes, and for the generations to come.
I can't wait to see what this becomes in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm super excited.
Well, and that's what it was, like Matthew said, it's tough to put a state of tourism in Washington County in a 15 to 20 minute presentations. We appreciate the time, and like we said, we would love to visit with each of you or come back and really dive into kind of specifically what's working, what's not, whatever you guys would like. So we appreciate the time.
Well, thank you, Chad and Matthew. Excellent presentation. I'll share a few little stats with you in the community. Since the Wills Park opened, we've had 110,000 visits, 52,000 unique visitors, 35% are from outside Washington County, and people have visited from 40 states. So,
we've heard good things.
if that's your mission, the contribution that the contributions that began in 2022 into Washington City and the contribution to the Wills Park are greatly appreciated. And then just before you leave, I just let the council know, and is that I've invited Councilwoman Kim Casperson to serve on the Greater Zion Sports and Events Advisory Board. And I think that nod is a yes. All right.
After we meet, she might change her mind, but we'll visit on what that really entails, and it won't be a lot of your time, but we appreciate the voice from Washington City to be on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Council, I don't have any specific announcements between now and the next meeting. Is there anything that you have? Seeing none, we'll carry on with the meeting with the next item, which is declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Anything to declare or any conflicts? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda, which consists of the approval of minutes from the City Council meeting of 6/24/26, the board audit report from June 2026, and the approval of an on-site or an on-premise restaurant limited service license for Akari Japanese, located at 875 West Red Cliffs Drive, Suite 1. If there are no items to pull from that for further discussion, I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
And I'll second that.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates and a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously, 5-0. We'll move on to award of bid. This is item 5A if you're following along. It's consideration to award the bid for the Buena Vista Boulevard and Brio Parkway traffic signal project to Suncor in the amount of $181,206.80. City Engineer Paul Mogul will present to the council and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. On June 30th at 2 p.m., bids were opened publicly and read aloud in the Public Works Building. We received 3 bids that were very competitive. The lowest bid was Suncor in the amount of $181,206.80, and staff would recommend approval of the low bid to Suncor. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Paul, this one seems lower than the other ones. What's the difference? Because usually they've been about 300 to 400 on some of them.
Yeah, there's not a lot of extra site work.
Okay.
Some of them have, we've added like a right turn pocket or something like that.
Just the
This
light
one's
poles?
just
okay.
the signal pole, and the 2 of the ped ramps on the Brio side are getting widened, and that's about it.
Who provides, Mayor. Who provides the engineer's bid? Is that you or is that a third party?
So whoever designs the traffic signal provides the engineer's bid.
They're about 30,000 high from the winning bid. What was the reason for that, do you think? Is it just, is cost of items coming down? Is that hopefully what I'm?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Councilman, you also never want to estimate a project and be the low bid as an engineer. You want to be in the meeting. You want to make sure they have budget, right? So,
Don't get caught in that.
because they don't have the resources to build it.
Oh, Paul?
Yes.
Was this already in the capital facilities plan?
This one, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's on the transportation master plan.
Okay.
If there are no further questions for Paul or any further discussion, I'll call for a motion to approve as stated.
Make a motion to award the bid for the Buena Vista Boulevard and Brio Parkway traffic signal project to Suncor in the amount of $181,206.80.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The bid is awarded to Sunrock in the amount stated with a vote of 5-0. Thank you, Paul. Moving on to item 6, section 6 ordinances, item 6A. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-26-12 to update the existing PUDR for a business located at 3585 South Camino Real. This is Sunrise Residential Treatment Facility. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This item was tabled during the June 24th meeting to give the applicant time to look into and further address a few of the items, first being tree mitigation along that north boundary line. In your packet, there's an updated exhibit. These Afghan pines are existing. The applicant's proposing to extend these down that north boundary line, as you can see in this updated landscape plan. The second item discussed was moving the AC units to the ground and or relocating them to the south end of the building so they are not facing the adjacent neighbors. The applicant was made aware those AC condensers are not able to move, and they are planning to place these same Afghan pines in front of the AC units in addition to the tree landscaping shown. Item number 3 was lowering the pad or dirt where the proposed building will be. The applicant stated that pad, he's requesting that pad height stay to help with drainage flow off the site there and tie in with the existing development. And then lastly is the exterior building material. This is the updated rendering. The applicant's planning to do a traditional stucco system here, lath, gray coat, and then a color coat to match the existing buildings. That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Council, questions for Eldon?
Eldon, did the setback change from originally noted? This is 22-foot setback from the north and 80-foot setback from the east property lines.
I don't think it's changed. We just defined it.
Okay.
And so Eldon, I went and looked at it the other day. I think I appreciate what they've done with the trees to help, and they've kind of tried to position those trees to cover those condensers. I think the only thing I'm struggling with is the pad elevation, because they say they want it to meet grade, but then this whole building has stairs up to it. So my thought, why don't we just remove the stairs on the west or south side, make it flush with the pad and drop the pad about a foot, because the pad sits up like 3 feet from the adjacent property. So that's my only thing, is I feel like you could, I mean, I know you can make it work, it's just there's a cost to it, right? And so I understand he wants to limit costs, but I truly feel that it should go down a foot or two and make it flush with the south side so they don't have stairs there, and then it doesn't affect their drainage. But that's the only thing I can see is kind of where I'm leaning, what we should require. But
Those are great comments. I would just have the applicant speak to that.
Further discussion, further questions, comments with staff? Is the applicant here or online or available to speak, or the applicant's representative? Okay. Council, I'll turn back to you. We appreciated the community input last meeting. I'll turn to you for further discussion on this item and or motion.
Mayor, I was just going to ask the applicant whether these units, they're hard to see exactly what they are, but they may look a little bit like portables that can be transported on wheels and then set up there. They would have a main frame and wheels under them. Just kind of wanted to ask questions about that, but I think that's pretty well what it is, unless you can see it differently.
I don't think there's wheels. I think they get transported and set.
And set on the frames.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like an RV that in a trailer park. They are portable buildings, but I don't think they have wheels. I think they're set.
Transport them on a trailer.
I'm not positive though. So
They'll be required to meet the foundation requirements attached to the permanent foundation.
Is the applicant online here?
I represent Mobile Modular, and I can speak to that. Yes.
Yeah, you heard Councilman Ivy's question in regard, and Councilman Coates' comments in regards to the height and the grade.
Yeah, I would leave that up to the end user on the grade, but I can speak to the mobile and modular question for sure.
Go ahead. And if you'll just state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, it's Bill Ackerman, Mobile Modular.
All right, go ahead, Bill.
Yes, they are mobile and they come in on wheels and axles, but there's in our industry, there's no difference between the two. Everybody kind of gets a little worked up whether they're mobile or modular. Those all will be stripped off, and the only difference is a modular sits on a trailer, a flatbed, and a mobile comes in on wheels. And we just do that for cost of transportation. And so all of that running gear gets taken off and sat on a foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I think that answered the council members' questions.
You're welcome. I'm here if there's anything else, I'm more than happy to answer.
Maybe I'll ask Bill, can you put dirt up against the one side of your building?
You can absolutely if we like to put like either a pressure treat or some type of, so there's no rotting and so it continues to maintain the proper look. I mean, we don't want to put anything out there that is not commercial graded, that does not look permanent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And that kind of comes to my point is I feel like we could lower the pad at least a foot, if not 2, and then put dirt up against the edge of the building on the south side and then taper away, and then it's not sticking up. Because that pad's like 3 feet-ish, 4 feet from the parking lot, and then you go up another 12 feet. It's just a big building. So that's my recommendation is we lower the pad if it can work, and then it meets the adjacent grade as well that they're trying to accomplish. But that's just my opinion.
What's the overall height on these? 12 feet?
I think it was 12. 12 too.
Yeah, they're just above 12 feet. Yes.
Okay.
Does that include the 3-foot skirting or frame?
Yeah, that's the rail. Yeah, exactly. The frame to the peak of the roof. Yep.
Council, this isn't an easy one. It's a tough one. I think the applicant has attempted to address the items that you brought forward. They've addressed the exterior. They've addressed the trees and the best they could with the AC. You've heard some of the recommendations from Councilman Coates on the slope and grade and maybe the way to mitigate that height. We heard from residents. Again, this is your discussion to have, and at some point we'll, if one of you has a strong feeling on it, go ahead and make a motion. We'll see where it lands.
Mayor, I'll just make a comment. I appreciate the efforts they've made, and I like the idea of doing a standard stucco system on the outside. That'll really improve the looks of it. I like the way they've done the trees. I agree with Councilman Coates. If there's a way to drop the grade a little bit, I mean that would be ideal. But I'm fine with these changes that they've made. I don't know how we would address the grade situation. Have staff, I mean, what are you thinking?
I just think it's a condition of approval, wouldn't you think? Is that they'd have to lower the grade?
Yeah, that works again. If you're wanting to go that route, maybe give us a height from the parking lots.
What is the difference right now? Because I'm estimating off just looking at it.
I guess would be 3 or 4 foot taller than the existing parking lot.
All I'm saying is drop it like a foot or 2. Like that's between a foot or 2 is what
That's reasonable if the sloping and drainage works, I would say.
Additional thoughts?
think they pretty well summed up.
Somebody want to take a stab at a motion?
I can, if the council's ready for me.
You ready for motion? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion, we approve item 6A, zone change Z-26-12 to update the existing PUDR for the Sunrise Residential Treatment Facility with the items that were presented in our current packet with the additional trees for screening, the setbacks as proposed, the lowering of the pad between 1 and 2 feet. Is there any others?
Do you want to clarify the tree screening of the AC units?
The tree screening in front of the AC units. I think that's good. I think they've accomplished everything, and I think that's working with, and the building's being stucco finished.
Yeah, the exterior finish being traditional stucco as presented and as described.
Yeah.
You've heard Councilman Coates' motion. Would somebody like to second that?
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson. Item 6A is approved with the conditions as outlined. Moving on to Section 7, Item 7A. This is a resolution. Consideration to approve a resolution approving an agreement and perpetual license governing the installation, maintenance, and operation of a private water line within a city public utility easement to serve the lakes within the Alea PCD. City Attorney Thad Signal.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Mr. Tim Anderson is in the gallery here to represent the applicant's interests, if the council's willing to give him time to address you and maybe respond to any questions that you have there. Also, there's Public Works leadership here that probably will be able to talk about the exhibit in better detail than I can, and so Mr. Mogul or maybe Blake might be the ones to stand up on that. But we've got the agreement tonight. This has been an agreement that has taken many months and a lot of staff work, both in the legal department. I know in the Public Works department, I've been with them for many hours as well. I may just start with recitals A and B because they recite essentially the history. Recital A talks about the amount of water body acreage that they're entitled to do, and just a reminder to the council and the public, the amount that they're entitled to at 18.7 is nearly 7 acres less than their seller was entitled to. And then recital B, I'll just read it. And it says, nothing in city's consideration or approval of development applications, land use applications, permits, or otherwise contemplates or obligates city-delivered culinary water for use in the water park, lakes, or lagoons. And so just a reminder of the history that this park did receive land use entitlements, but with the very, very express limitation that they had to use their own water. And so those two set essentially the foundation for this agreement. Because Washington City has entitled them but also restricted them from doing it with public water, they have a need for easements and rights to move their private water throughout certain public roads and rights of ways. And so that's the essence of this agreement, is to give them a contract that gives them the right, but also is reviewed and approved by Public Works so that they locate these things in specific places under certain standards that meet all of the plans that Public Works would have for those same public areas. And so that's the crux of the agreement. Do any of you have questions about it from your personal review or any provisions that you would like to talk about? If not, I'll just kind of walk through it in high levels.
I just remind me, is there consideration for the easement?
There is no financial consideration in here. Essentially what we've done is we've skipped that and just converted it all to their burden and duty to do. So you'll see that on page 2, there's a paragraph that indicates that it's their obligation to build, construct, and install. And so the city's not doing any of this for them. There's no reimbursements there. Page 3, it's their obligation to maintain and repair. The city's not maintaining or repairing or reimbursing maintenance or repair. If you go to page 4, there's assurances that they will indemnify the city, as well as on the next page, details about insurance policy. It's a bigger policy and a bigger protection than the city requires from most other developments. On page 8, we've got compliance provisions for non-potable water systems, and we list that they've got to deal with the state of Utah and their sections. And then at in section 5.3 on that page, we go through, there's a list of what I think are the concern issues, cross connection, which means the risk that somehow their private system gets connected to the public system. And so we've got provisions in there for that. We've got provisions that require that their pipe be clearly identifiable against and differently from any of ours. We've got provisions that they have above ground signage that helps, future people that work in and around there to know that. We've got provisions to require that they maintain certain water quality standards. We also have metering and reporting. We require that they meter and report to the state, and also that they participate and provide their system details to Blue Stakes. And so again, another duty and a burden we're placing on them as part of this grant, if it were to be granted.
That was one of my questions, Thad, was the Blue Stakes thing, so they're required to register with Blue Stakes, and if there's a call to Blue Stakes, then their private water lines are marked up.
Yeah, it says licensees shall register the facilities of Blue Stakes of Utah and shall comply with all requirements thereof, including timely response to dig notices and marking of underground facilities prior to any excavation in or adjacent to the easement.
But who's going to Blue Stake that? Because Blue Stakes, they call in a water line. We, as a city, go out and mark our water lines. The communications marks theirs. Who in their area are going to be able to do that?
So they're going to be required to have those staff people that do that. So they're going to have somebody with that expertise that does it, or contract with a company that can or will. The city does not plan or intend to Blue Stake it on their behalf. We then get into paragraph 6 on page 10. The first one says it's all private, which is important to me to clarify. This is all private. The second one says no city obligation. And I'll just read it. The city shall have no obligation whatsoever to operate, maintain, inspect, repair, replace, or fund the facilities at any time. All costs and responsibilities associated with ongoing operation and maintenance shall remain exclusively with them. Section 6.5 is an area that I had concern. And it's not that it's a problem, it's a detail that needs to be addressed. And it's the transfer of maintenance. So all of these obligations that we're making clear that are theirs, we also know that developers eventually sell out and leave, and that ownership transitions. And so that might be the paragraph that was my highest of concerns. And so what we've got is we've got the developer with fully yoked several responsibility up until they leave. We also have the HOA in jointly and severally, as well as the successors of any of those, so that when the developer's gone, there's still an entity on the ground that has a power to collect a fee and assess a fee, that also can hire the staff to fulfill these duties and responsibilities.
Is there a cash bond or other sort of bond just to give us the surety that if they do have to access those lines, that it doesn't fall upon our cost and our effort?
So there is no bond element in this agreement. If the council wants that, we can. There's a lot of language that says if they have to do that, they have to repair it to the same standard.
I'm just thinking, what's the worst that could happen? And normally we leave that to the city manager, who's really good at thinking through and you actually think through the worst that could happen. But just thinking, I just don't want us to be left holding the bag on something.
Yeah.
My concerns is in our right of way. Like if it's outside of our right of way and they're in the PUE and still meet the required setbacks from our power and gas outside of the right of way, I don't have concern. But the one area that's down along Village 19 and those pieces down there at the very bottom, that area is within the right of way, and I just am concerned about the Blue Stakes and dealing with that and the liability. They need to just move it outside of the right of way. That's kind of my thoughts.
Just for my own curiosity's sake, we got culinary water is blue pipe, right? Secondary water is
purple pipe, is there a different color pipe?
You could sock it, like if you wanted to put a sock on it of a different color, but there's, sewer's green. I mean, I don't know. Those are the three main ones,
I'm just
right?
wondering if
Gas is
there's a
yellow.
way to get a pipe that's a different color so that if somebody were digging, they see something, it's like, it's easily identifiable that, hey, whatever.
So I don't have the answer if there's a way to get a different color pipe, but I was in a meeting when I heard our Public Works folks talk with their engineers about that very question, and I think the goal is if they can find a pipe that's just distinctly colored, that they'll require that it be that pipe that gets used.
What's the diameter?
Of the pipelines? I don't know. 8 inches. Any other questions about the agreement or the concepts of what it's trying to accomplish? Okay, Mayor, I'll sit down, and I think that the more technical questions, sorry, go ahead.
One quick question. So most of the streets down there are private streets though, right?
Most of the streets. There are some public streets that it needs to cross and or traverse alongside of.
Right, but generally speaking, it's private streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before you sit down, Thad, the prior developer, prior ownership group, would they have ultimately had to ask for the same thing for what the original plan was, or?
No, they had no requirement not to use culinary water. They could have taken the 24, 26 acres of lakes and ponds and just connected to a culinary water meter.
So for our benefit, what you're saying, and I'm glad you said it the way you did, is for our benefit, this keeps the promise that their lake features will not use culinary water. That helps give us assurance, and so that's Washington City's interest in being accommodating in this situation.
Yeah, this is treatment that is very unique throughout our city. We have many housing developments and commercial developments that have a culinary tapping that uses it for a fountain or a water feature or something of that nature, right? Pools and swimming pools, which is, some of these will be. And so this is the only one that I'm aware of in our city that is specifically disallowed from using culinary water for those uses, but other users do it every single day. And so the reason why this agreement is needed is they've been required to develop a private system. Now, I was here. They told you that they could develop a private system and that they would, and so the requirement wasn't necessarily heavy-handed. It was part of the negotiation and discussion that got them to where they got. But yeah, this is the only development in this city that has this type of a requirement, and so this contract isn't in a form that we use with other people, because everybody else comes in, abides by our landscaping ordinances, our water conservation ordinances, and they get a culinary meter and use that culinary for pools and different things.
That helps me understand Washington City's interest is helping the developer keep their commitment to not use culinary water.
Correct.
Which now shows me that we have an interest in facilitating this.
Correct, and I'm not going to use the word obligation, but I believe if a city comes and says, we'll accept your offer to make a private water system, but then 10 months later we say we won't accept your map of where you're going to place it. I think we have got some element of participation duty. If we were going to require that they do a private system, we probably have to reasonably try to see if that can fit within public spaces, because we're the ones that required it of them.
Council, questions for the city attorney?
The reason I want to avoid the word obligation is it was a negotiation in public meetings in different ways. It was an offer from them. They wanted to do it. They saw it. And so we've all been there. The history is pretty clear. But yeah, it was a provision. And this document is essentially, and this is part of why there's not consideration amounts in there. It's different than a cell tower that wants to lease land that really doesn't do much else for us, right?
This to me shows, and I'm not advocating the council is going to vote where they're going to vote, but this shows to me that there's mutual interest in making, based on the agreement they already had. But
I know you say that, Mayor, but I disagree in the fact that they had a plan. They knew they were going to get water. They just ran out of room, and so they want to put it in our roadway. That's my problem with it. Everywhere else they try to do it, but this spot, for some reason, they don't want to do it here. So we have a mutual interest. We gave them options that would help with it. It might be the city's infrastructure at some point, right? So I'm sitting here going, I don't know. That's where I struggle with it, but I'm just, again, protecting the city's
So it
interest.
makes you a great council member.
And one that people hate and.
No.
It's a unique situation, right? And I think we all recognize it from all sides. It's a unique situation. It's also, private streets in a large part, and whatnot. I mean, as long as we can maintain separation, I don't necessarily have an issue with them using some of the public.
Can I ask the question? The road can you pull up the map? The one I'm talking about, is that a private street or a public street?
You want to look at the exhibit in the packet?
The
or
exhibit, just so everyone can
You
see
able to
it.
pull that up, Eldon?
The
It's
one
just
that's a heavy heavy line is city right of way.
That's within the city right of way, right? And the other ones are all within the easement outside of the right of way.
Well, they're public utility easement.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't think they're in private streets. If they're in private streets, that's not my problem, right?
Well,
That's their private street.
My biggest concern is if it can be done in a different color pipe that uniquely identifies it so that it doesn't get, oops, hooked into the culinary side or hooked into our side or something else, then great, right? Like that would be my biggest concern, but I think that we also have an obligation to, try to work with them, and keep the project going, right? Like I wasn't a super fan when it was done, but, it's, they're, I don't see too much of an issue with it.
I don't disagree with you, and I know I'm always the one that comes up and argues about it, but I just think it's, hey, city, we need this. Hey, city, we need this. Hey, city, we need this. And hey, city, as a city, we're like, we need this. Well, we can't do that. That's how I feel with this group, so I'm going to be honest. So I'm not in the mind of helping them, but if the council does, that's fine. I want their projects to succeed, but I also want them to, we warned them all this stuff through that whole process, and now they're coming back asking for different stuff. And that's what my frustration comes from.
I will just share the meetings I've been in. I expressed something. I said, look, all your wells are on the perimeter. Just put your main line on the perimeter. And, to an attorney that didn't know much about all the other stuff going on there, it made sense. They had good answers as to why that wasn't feasible and didn't work. And so the city staff have pushed and asked them to, look, you guys owned all of this at some point. Give us a better option than this. Initially, Public Works representatives said, look, we want you to put it on your stuff. Don't put it in any roads. Now, because of where the wells are located, that's impossible. They do have to cross some public roads to get to where they want it to serve.
Just so you know, I don't mind the crossings. Those happen. There's ways you can case it. You can do things.
Yeah.
It's along the entire road. So.
Yeah, so my idea initially failed because the Gardner piece there is one that's in dispute with the developer, and there was no way they'd ever get across that one, right? And so those type of issues are what they had a good answer to me on, and so there was an effort to try and get it out of the public roads entirely, but it never became feasible. That's part of why this took about 8 months to get here.
Further questions for Thad? Council, any questions for our Public Works professionals, Blake and his staff?
Just one, Mayor.
Would you like-
Maybe just a head nod, but I was thinking when they were talking about using an individual pipe color that would signify that the pipe was not of the city. I know that when we used to bury electrical trenches and water trenches, they run the broad filament tape on top of it. That would maybe a foot, you'd pack it a little bit and then put it just above it. If something like that could happen as well, if there's not a different colored pipe, I think it could be easily identified by that, and it's a standard practice.
Well, that's standard practice in like a power trench, so that you don't take that next bucket, right?
Yeah.
But when you're exposing things, it's it's just a thin line of plastic, and it pretty much gets pulled out, right? So if you can get an actual pipe.
Yeah, that would be the best. That would be the best for sure, but if not, there might be something in those.
Blake, would you or any of your staff want to address this or share anything with the council? Rock, paper, scissors, John Hinkie? I knew it was going to be you. Now he's saying the most handsome representative of.
Oh, I thought it was
I'm
low man on the
teasing.
totem pole. But,
I'm teasing.
yeah, we've gone round and round trying to come up with something to differentiate between our water, sewer, our secondary irrigation. Like you said, a sock usually is the best option with that. You can do the tape. We do that with power, stuff like that. But again, it's there until they dig through it. So we really don't.
I'm picturing a nice lavender.
You've seen our lavender. What are you?
Purple pipes are.
So yeah, I mean, we haven't really come up with a real.
Do you have any concerns with sharing, or what are your thoughts on this?
So as that referenced, it's taken us quite a while to get to this point and stuff. Originally, yeah, we didn't want anything within our right of way. We've worked with them. We've got, minimal crossings. We have moved almost everything, at least back to the PUEs, other than red slopes. Just to give you a reference on how this is looking on red slopes. Red slopes is public street. It's wider. It has a median down the center of it. And we have all of our public utilities on one side of the median, and the well line would be solely on the other side of the median. So it gives us the additional room also within there for future utilities that we may need to put in the roadway and stuff. But right now, we would be totally separated one side of the island from the other. So, would I love to not have anything within my road or my right of way? Yes, most definitely. But we tried to work. Like I said, we got everything else. We got moved out. This was the one that we just kind of fought back and forth on.
So Thad, is there anything in the agreement that protects us if they don't get their blue stakes out there?
Yes. So we've got the assurance provision, the insurance, and then we've got breach of paragraph 9 on page 13 is that they can actually breach the agreement and lose their license if they fail to do some of those things.
License for what? Like what license?
Their
would they
easement,
lose?
the license is
the
is the
easement
legal term
license.
I'm referencing as the easement right. So they'll lose the right to occupy that easement if they fail.
We do have it built in there that they have to meet our construction design standards. So their standard, their installation, their construction will have to meet all of our secondary, which mirrors our culinary water. One things we'll do, valve cans, stuff like that, will probably require them to maybe have that engraved with well, so that from the surface it's differentiated from our water, our irrigation, and then to the well lines, just to help give that quick notice on the surface of what valves they're looking at and stuff.
So you said at first you didn't want to have them to be in the right of way at all. What are some of the reasons or concerns that you had when you were first going about this?
The reasons, I mean, we would love to keep our right of way free and clear of anything other than our public utilities. Basically, that is for any future expansions of utilities that we need to do. You never know when that's going to happen. Plus, we work with the city of St. George. They have some transmission lines that come through. We got the Conservancy District, and we never know when any of those expansions and stuff might come as well. Plus, it helps limit, if something goes wrong with a private utility, it helps limit damage to our infrastructure. So those are the main reasons that we like to try and keep our right of way free and clear of any other utilities. We have franchise agreements with, the other gas, with like Dixie Power, Enbridge, all the other dry utilities, TDS, and stuff like that. And those are all usually housed within the public utility easement, just outside the right of way.
The fact that it's on the opposite side of the median solves a lot of potential issues. That's quite a distance, So,
yeah.
Anyway, Mayor, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, at this point, like as has been mentioned, these guys are part of Washington City. I look at it as a team effort. Let's do whatever we can to let these guys move forward and, have success. So.
Council, any need to speak to the applicant's representative? If not, I'm happy to entertain further discussion and/or a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution approving an agreement and perpetual license governing the installation, maintenance, and operation of a private water line within a city public utility easement to serve the lakes within the Alea PCD.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilman Belliston.
Can I request an addition to the motion?
It's Councilman Ivey's motion at this point. We've got a motion and a second.
I would just like that they adhere to the exhibit that they presented. No deviations from it.
Yes, I'll make an amendment to my motion that they will adhere to the exhibit that was provided.
You've heard the amended motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
I'll second that same motion.
Second by Councilman Belliston. This is a resolution, so we'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson.
Nay.
Ivy.
Aye.
The resolution approving an agreement is approved 4-1. Next item on the agenda is a continuation of our workshop. So I will invite Parks Department Director Paul Walker to continue with what was item 4, Wills Park upgrades discussion. Mr. Walker. We were just finishing up the shade.
Yeah, thank you. So I got really good feedback from the shade. It seems like shade's a big priority, so we'll do what we can to fit as much shade in as we can. One of the other things we've mentioned is security. A lot of the issues we've got are kids on the electric motorcycles are coming in from the BLM property to the south. So we've looked at a couple options. We've got the black PVC coated fence along the bike portion, which we can close down. It's really good looking fence. It really adds to the park. We have an option, we got a bid to continue this fencing along the south side of the.
I'll ask. Tara, can you drop the workshop packet back into Drive? Thank you. I noticed the same thing. She's so efficient. She's wonderful.
Yeah, it's great.
Wonderful recorder.
So this is one of the options we want to get feedback from. It's along the fence right now. There's a bit of a barbed wire fence for most of it. There's some openings that would have to be gated off. We've talked to Dixie Power. Potentially we can give them a code to a lock on there that would work for them to access.
How are they getting through that right now?
They're going around that.
So there's some gaps in that fencing that's there.
At the far end, it's open. There's access to the BLM. And I know this property in the past, people have cut the fences to get in and ride, so that's kind of a continuing thing. So.
And Paul, can I just clarify one thing? We'd
Yes.
also need to provide a combination to the lock to the BLM and to our great resident, the Andersons out there, that has the grazing rights there.
Yeah, we think that would be the best option. If we had a lock with a code, then we could share the code with whoever would require it.
And I think, as I remember, Councilman Jason West, BLM, also felt like that was a good solution.
Yeah.
They might even participate with us on that if we ask.
It's great feedback.
We'll ask. Or we'll send someone to ask that rides motorcycles.
I volunteer, Mayor.
Okay, any other inputs on the security, or ready to move on to the next?
Is there anybody else that land affects that they've been using that road besides Dixie Power, the BLM, and the grazing rights?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and if there is, I guess we'll find out real fast.
Yeah. I think they're the only people that have legal access.
Well,
And
that's all under flood control, right?
Yeah, well,
Or is that
a
just
bunch of it is, but probably where the gate is not, but it is in the flood control.
But they would need access.
It's owned by the BLM, but there's the floodplain in it, so.
see that nice grading for future builds.
One of the other things we're looking at is flagpoles. We got some estimates for 3 flagpoles. These ones, the park is a really big area, so we thought it would be good to have some big flags. We're looking at a 40-foot flagpole. That's the same height as Whammers and George Washington Plaza, so we would have 3 flagpoles being 40 and 35 feet.
Why 3?
So we could have the state flag and the city flag.
And the American flag,
And
there's
the-
usually 3.
Yeah. So if the council would like to reduce the quantity or size of those flags, we're open to that, but that was the bid that we've got and kind of what we.
Hey, there's nothing small
Yeah.
at that Wills Park.
Nothing in the 250 year. We can't.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it will be good if we have events at the park, then we want to
And
do
you
flag
know what?
raising.
We'll talk to the county a little bit about that too. We'll make it America 250 flag, so let's do it.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. We talked a little bit earlier about site furnishings. We know we need some more benches and tables and garbage cans and a few things like that. So it's more just continuation of what we've got.
Are they using them? Like, I'm just asking, do we need more benches? Because I'd rather put that money towards shade.
There's probably a few spots that we would like to have some benches.
But you're proposing
We've got 10, we could probably pull that quantity back a little bit. The picnic tables would go along with the shade structures. So the quantity of those would depend on what and where we put the shade structures.
Yeah. And I'm proposing we do less of that and more of the just shades and areas that people can put up chairs. I'm not
Okay.
saying we don't do some, but that's what I would propose.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good point earlier, that in some cases, you want to be able to chase the shade. But in some cases, a picnic table under it, the reason you're there is to use the picnic table for a purpose, so.
Yeah, and the picnic tables we would put under the 20 by 20, so there'd be a large area where picnic tables would fit. We wouldn't want that shade to be chased, a small amount of shade being chased for a picnic table. It would be the larger ones we'd want to do. So that's good feedback. We'll look at the quantities if we can minimize that. The garbage cans, we know we need more garbage cans. We need quite a few more of that. We've got temporary cans out there right now. We would like to make those permanent and kind of tie everything together with those. We've also discussed having an archway. This is a rendering of kind of an archway we've got at the entrance.
I don't feel like this is, personally, I don't feel like this is needed. Because we have a really nice sign out on George Washington Boulevard that's really large and big, and so I don't feel like we need to spend more money on another sign at the park.
Okay.
My perspective.
I kind of feel the same way. I mean, shade, people use an archway, I don't know that it adds much value.
The archway might be something good to have the community donate.
Yeah. Yeah, we can move other things up that are priority over this and move it further down the list for sure. And we have a little bit of maintenance need that we need to do. With the use, we've had a few areas that you can see the landscaping isn't holding up to the use. So these areas, we're looking at getting the synthetic turf put in these areas as well, because it seems to hold up better.
Are you talking the whole area around the drainage or just where that hole is? Because that looks like a maintenance issue or a warranty issue.
So there are 2 turns and 4 rises where this is happening at. And it's not washing out. We had compacted road base and there's just so much traffic, it's just sloughing off.
Just kids come off.
Yeah, it's not holding together. The synthetic turf areas, they protected enough that they're holding up just fine. But when people get off the track, this is just coming apart really, really easily.
So how do we backfill underneath the pump track?
It hasn't undermined the pump track yet, so it's just everything on the outside. But we'll make sure we get it compacted if we need to. We'll compact up under the pump track and get it compacted really well.
Can you do all that with 300,000?
I think we can. I think this feedback has helped. We can move the arch back till later, adjust some of our quantities, and we can probably get pretty close to the 300,000.
Paul, what is the exact amount? I've heard 300, I've heard 360. Do we have an exact?
Exact funds
Amount?
available?
No.
That's a Jeremy question.
I'll get you an exact number, but it's closer to 300 than 360. It's close to 300.
Yeah, I think everything on this list comes to 350, 360, so we can cut it back and
If you
and
take
work
the
within
arch
that
out
budget.
and adjust some things, then
Yeah.
it would.
Yeah.
There's a couple of benches, because kids can sit on the ground and
Couple of
maybe
picnic
there's
tables.
a shade structure or two and look at
Or
a future
picnic,
date.
lose a picnic table.
I'm saying add shade structures and lose benches.
Well, I mean, maybe it takes a little bit of both, right?
I think we should leave it. I love it. I think Paul's on the right track. I think you've heard us, but I just feel like we need to have more shade down there, especially these like
Hot months.
I mean, these kids are dying out there, and so I told them not to go, but they keep going.
People aren't going to argue with more shade.
But I think all our parks need more shade as much as we can in the right spots, because it's not cheap to do shade
Yeah.
either. But I think the overall is good, and if the more we can do, I like. But that's just kind of where I'm at. But I see what you're saying, Councilman.
Well,
I mean, we could always do, I mean, all I'm saying is if we need to adjust some stuff, great, we can always come back with wrap or something else to fill the gap, right?
Yeah, and I'd just suggest that, Paul has a great feel for the park and understands it, and I think that he's in line with what we're saying, that shade's important, convenience, places to sit, those are all things that are really important now that we understand the amount of visitors that we have. So I feel
Yeah.
very comfortable with you, Paul, adjusting those numbers out. And
Yeah, thank you. This
It works,
feedback
yeah.
is helpful. I think we can take the feedback and make it work with that 300 number.
You feel good about it?
Yeah.
You'll have 5, maybe 6 inspections.
Okay.
What's your time frame, Paul, for some of these items? Like, is it in the next 2 months? Is it 6 months? Like, what? Just curiosity.
We're ready to go with some of these things as soon as possible. So we've got some bids, so hopefully within the next month we can get started on some of these projects. And we'll have to have individual timelines for each project, but we can start working on all of these.
So just as a cleanup, the reason we're bringing these is because we didn't put them in the budget, so we will need to do a budget amendment, and so we want to make sure that council weighs in when you get the budget amendment. The money will already be spent. So.
Okay. Thank you. Next item from the workshop was item 5, e-motorcycle discussion. And I really appreciate Councilmember Ivy bringing this forward. I've told a few of you, but I actually ran across actually I didn't literally run across, but I came upon a young man on his birthday who had crashed going down a pretty steep hill on I guess it was an electric motorcycle, but man, it sure looked like a regular motorcycle. And he was bloodied up like nobody's business. His nose was swollen and blood coming out of his nose and his head, and road rash and probably a broken collarbone, maybe some ribs. And he said, my brakes went out. And I didn't want to go on to Bluff Street, so I went through the landscape planter, popped his back tire, and ended up, diving into the asphalt. So I appreciate Councilman Ivy being willing to start this with a council discussion. We move forward together on this, and the process matters. There's been some changes to the state law, and Councilman Ivy will present and bring you up to speed on those. Go ahead, Councilman.
Me too, okay. So yes, HB 381 was passed this last year. It was a bill that we followed and monitored closely with anticipation of the Wills Park opening up and wanting to, to protect our residents of all ages. Sometimes, I know when I was a kid, I had the option of taking a Schwinn or walking. Nowadays, there's a lot of other things to take, and I think with that, it brings inherent risk for younger riders and stuff that doesn't understand or has the experience that some older people have. But Mayor, what I'd like to do is just quickly go over the high points of HB 381. This is the state law, and then let it go from there. I've tried to just get bullet points that are the most important parts of it that helps us understand the length of the law. First of all, it was brought about for safety, and it was brought about, it gives us our officers more ability to enforce laws and to confiscate bikes or whatever's being misused. Anyway, the first thing, the biggest change is anyone under 21 must wear a helmet. That's in the bill, as well as if you're under 8, if you have individuals under 8, they're never allowed on streets in any condition. If you have youth from 8 to 14, some are allowed under adult supervision only. So you have to have adult supervision, and it has to be a kind of a strict occasion. Over 21 miles an hour, and this is what I know that I visited with some of our officers at the Wills Park a while back, and we were talking about, you know, how do we decide whether it's a motorcycle or a electric bicycle? Well, there's a lot of ways to do that, but the way that this bill identifies is that anything that can go over 21 miles an hour is a legal motorcycle. And how would you find that out? You can't get on it and drive it, but if you get the model number and the make and you Google and say, what's the top speed? If it's anywhere around over 21, then you know that it's a legal motorcycle. And in that case, the driver would have to have a state-issued driver's license with the endorsement. Your machine would have to have license and insurance and street legal kit, like horns and blinkers and all that kind of stuff. If you're under 16, your electric device cannot be capable of going over 20 miles an hour. And that's not, you're going 20, like say you'll do 30 and you're only going 20. The whole point is that the machine can't go over 20. And that's how the state breaks them down. If any of these laws are broken, officers may, under this law and whatever additional ordinance we pass in the city, officers may confiscate and impound the vehicle and then release it to an adult or a guardian, and we'd have the option of a fine or a fee. Now, in Washington, we do it the Washington way. We want to educate. We want people to be treated fairly and to have every chance. I personally think that we're out of the education phase. I think when I've talked with youth at the park and engaged them and tried to talk and share, I think they all know the rules. It's probably now time to move into the enforcement stage. And I'm not saying to issue tickets or to confiscate. I'm saying that every situation is different, and our officers have great ability to determine what those different situations constitute. But I do think that any education furthermore would put our residents more at risk because of the amount that are just heading, if we just use the Wills Park, and I'm not speaking of this bill, how it applies to the Wills Park more than anywhere else, because you'll see electrics on our trails or at other parks in the city. But, you know, of course, I've seen more being at the Wills Park.
And Councilman, do you want to clarify that the state statute applies to streets?
Yes.
And
To
maybe you're
streets.
getting to that.
Yeah.
And
I
the
am.
gap is that we don't have enforcement on trails and parks.
Right, and that's something that we'll need to look at. Yes. Okay, let me see. So there's a couple of statistics that really stood out to me, and one is mentioned in the resolution that Jordan helped us with, and it says that there's been a 66.7 increase in minors involved in accidents, serious accidents over the previous year, and that's from IHC. IHC over 500 ER visits for minors during 2025, and the most glaring fact of this one is 36% wore helmets. Only 36% were wearing helmets. So,
which is why they enacted the bill, the legislatures,
Yeah.
because kids weren't wearing helmets.
That's right.
But if we want to talk about those stats, we got to talk about, if we're worried about those stats, then are we worried about the stats from our Wills Park? How many kids have been life flighted from our Wills Park or been hurt there too,
many
right?
yet, I hope not.
There's been a lot of hurt. They tell me 5 a week are in the ER.
Yeah.
For a broken bone, I see kids like, I'm just saying, like if we're going to talk even, the Wills Park causes a lot of damage, as so does the other ones. So
yeah, and our park has the same rule that everyone must wear a helmet, every child. Now an adult, it's hard to enforce to an adult, but every minor in the park is to wear a helmet.
But are we asking, I mean, the state law was pretty clear, and I think it covered a lot, but I guess I'm still confused on why we're bringing this forward, what this does for us, because the state law trumps it, and if we're gonna go off stats, the stats go, I mean, be even on both sides, the park side and the trail side.
Well, the reason we're bringing it forward, like the mayor talked about, is that we need to identify what we're willing to be allowed on our trails and on our parks and in our public spaces. Because those are just as dangerous as any street in our city. So to me, you bring it forward because we're trying to be good stewards of our city. We have to help figure out what those laws look like or what those ordinances look like and bring them forward.
So I don't really have an issue with, a resolution that says, hey, it's allowed here or not allowed there. Where I start getting a little funny is where we're talking about creating a new civil infraction that comes with fines and all of that within the city. Like, it just always makes me a little nervous. Yeah. And that's why I said the other day wasn't ready to vote on it without having the conversation and thinking about it. Like, I'd like to reflect on it a little bit. I just, again, educate, first, right? So I'd rather see, even if it's a separate mailer in the, that goes along with the newsletter that says, hey, here's something that stands out, right? That, hey, these are the rules within Washington City. You can't take these e-bikes. They've been a real problem, that type of a thing, before we go into we're going to write a new misdemeanor into the code, right?
Could we just, because if our concern is that the state's legislature didn't cover our parks and trails, can't we just say same rules apply per this bill and that's the end of it?
Yeah, we could.
And then we're not doing infraction. It's the same, because I assumed it was including all public spaces.
Yeah. So this again, the state law allows
Let me maybe talk to that. So the state law does cover parks and trails. What it does is it gives local authorities the opportunity to have different rules. So it says that the cities can choose to make their own rules on parks and trails, different from the state.
That's not what I just was told. I was told that it was the public street that was only covered, not the parks and trails with this.
It's the public street that we can't change. The state's rule on public streets, we can't change. But in their bill, they give us the opportunity to write our own rules and regulations for our parks and trails. In other words, have a different standard on.
So we can enforce on parks and trails currently?
Yes.
With the state statute?
Absolutely, yes.
Or we can write our own.
And on public property?
Absolutely.
City-owned property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be an easy way forward. I think that the main purpose in all this is just because of the children and adults that are being injured with equipment that some of them aren't really prepared to use and to operate. But yeah, that would be easy. I was that kid back in this time that was riding on the street and trying to, cause problems occasionally. And so I understand where there's a learning curve to it. But my observations have been a little more specific. I remember riding with our officers over the last, not recently, but like for 2 or 3 years, and we had a couple of encounters with Sirens that outran the police, and that creates a very dangerous situation because if you chase them, you get in a wreck, but it also means that if they're caught, that could be a felony if someone were an adult. And so there's that too, that our officers are trying really hard to do their job, but yet it creates a real danger if we don't give them everything that they can use to enforce and to keep our streets safe. Then I think that we're out of step.
Well, I like what you're saying with the law, and I understand more clearly now where it's applicable, but my question is, do we want electric motorcycles, dirt bikes, like fast acceleration, do we want them operating within our parks at all? I mean, we have a lot of restrictions within parks. That's the question I'd turn to you, council. I mean, do we want them on our trails? I mean, how do we?
I want our kids to be able to get to our parks from our houses on these e-bikes. Now, the speed they get there, the state's already addressed it.
But what about riding within the park?
I think they should be able to drive in the park, park their bike, and go do what they're going to do.
So how do we accomplish that?
Let them into the park. Now, are they allowed to take an e-bike and we're talking the Wills Park, right?
Wills Park and then Sullivan. I've seen some people flying along Sullivan too, around some of the sidewalks.
Trails, right?
And, well, trails, but also like sidewalks. And I think there's a danger there, but I don't know how.
Well, I don't think we allow, I mean, if, are we allowing them on sidewalks? I don't know. I'm just saying, I'd rather my kids on a sidewalk driving an e-bike than in the middle of the road.
I have no issues with the officers using discretion and using state code that says if I gotta cite somebody, I think our guys are more than welcome to, and whatever else. I mean, if there's, again, I don't have a problem doing an education thing, and I would back these guys up to say, hey, look, we used some discretion here, and you know, we seized a bike, right? Because they have that ability as well.
I think we can all acknowledge that the Cirons are the main problem, right? The Cirons, they can go 60 plus miles an hour.
I had a friend of mine die on one.
Yeah.
They can get
But
you back,
they're a full-on
right?
motorcycle. I think we can all acknowledge that those, and that's what the state's trying to accomplish, and that's what we were trying to accomplish on the streets. I think we are enforcing that now. I mean, I've seen a few kids pulled over with their Cirons and their bikes were being impounded. I've seen it in St. George, and I haven't seen it in Washington, but I saw it in St. George happening. So I'm sure they can. We can let, I mean, we see Officer Klotz here. He can probably go into some of those details of what they've been dealing with. But I just don't want to hinder our children to be able to get to our parks and facilities. That's the point. And they're going to ride electric stuff because that's what they do now.
So Councilman Coast, let me just talk to that for just a second. You know, that is what everyone would like to have happen in an ideal situation. But the truth is, a good majority of the kids that are riding their electrics to the park, they ride them there, and they do use if they take a skateboard or a scooter with them. But inevitably, a good percentage of those will be on them riding around. I got a call last night while I was watching Young Washington about something that happened. I said, well, you need to call the police, not me. And they were complaining about a one-wheel that had ran a 3-year-old off trail. So I understand what you're saying, and that would be great, but that's a big responsibility for these young people too, to know they can ride it there. But if they ride it on the park, they'll be violating the park rules. And so
Is it against the park rules to not ride e-bikes currently?
Yeah, any electric motored vehicle is not allowed in the park according to
You can't
the
ride
rules.
a one-wheel?
It's an electric motor.
According to who?
The park rules, they're posted.
I think we need the kids, that's how they travel. And I'll admit, all my kids have done it, and all of them ride their things. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm sure they've done dumb things in parks, and there's lots of people, and if there's, I'm just struggling with, we're gonna add all these rules and fines to get to our parks, and that's where that's where I'm struggling.
Well, and again, I think that we can use the state law if that's what we choose to do. It's okay to do that. But I think that what we want tonight was just to understand what state law is and what the restrictions are. But the thing that happens also is you have a lot of these bikes. The motorcycle or the bicycles have the pedals and they have the square seat on them. Those are not Cirons. But to ride those on the street, they still have to be street legal.
So I think
License, oh good.
I feel we may need more training. If that is a park rule, it violates state law. So I'm looking at 41-6A-1115 on motor assisted scooters. Paragraph 1C, a person may operate a motor assisted scooter crosswalks and sidewalks. Paragraph 115.3. I'm all of a sudden missing the part that talks about parks, but each one of these gets defined by the state law and says where they can ride and where they can't. And motor assisted scooters are allowed to operate in a city park. And so if we do choose to adopt a rule that regulates that, we probably need to make sure it formally comes from the legislative body so that we can exercise that. But
Cirons are already banned from trails.
Cirons are not considered bicycles at all. So there's three types of
That's already covered.
3 types of motor assisted bicycles, and those have to have pedals. The motor can assist the bicyclists. The highest categories can have throttles, the lowest categories can't. Cirons not in any of the 3 categories of e-bikes, and so what happens a lot is they get called e-bikes, but they're not e-bikes at all, they're motorcycles. And so yeah, they are regulated, not in no way similar to bicycles, but the motor assisted scooters and motor assisted bicycles, the legislature basically says they can drive where bicycles can drive. In other words, pedal powered bikes. except for certain limitations that they put in there for different types of things.
I like the idea of sending out in the newsletter, educating parents, because not everyone is aware that this law was passed. And I feel like it empowers parents to say to their kids, like, you are required by the law to wear a helmet, and if not, then our police officers will take away your bike. And we'll totally be supportive of that.
Since this law came into enact, I've seen so many more kids wearing helmets. So I think it's been a huge benefit to help, because parents are listening, you know. But if we're gonna, like, back into our rules, our park rules say they can't have it. Our park rules also says everyone has to wear a helmet, and I bet 50% of those kids don't have helmets.
Or 60.
So who's gonna stand down there and say, well, you're out of here because you don't have a helmet? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we can't pick and choose which rule. Like, we need to make our rules, and they are what they are. But I think it's right at your own risk when it comes to that stuff too. Like, I wish every kid wore a helmet. I can't believe they don't wear knee pads and like that kind of stuff. But so I'm just saying we got to be careful in what we're doing to, like, it's a public park. You got to be able to get there. You got to be able to do stuff. So
There's something that I've noticed too that I thought of while you were explaining that was that what we see a lot of times is we'll see kids there on their scooters and people in the bowls and doing the things that they were intended to do there. And they're doing their things, they're coming in and out, and then there's electric motorcycles or electric pedal bicycles that will come around really quite fast. And I think that would be kind of a consensus for a lot of parents that have seen that. And so what my goal in bringing this forward and even talking about it was just, I want to provide the very best safety we can for as many of our citizens as we can. And I think that the way you do that is that you use the park, whatever it is, for what its intended use is. It wasn't meant to be a racetrack for pedal-assisted electric bikes. It's a skate park, BMX, scooter. And so that's my premise of how I come forward on this. Where this lands, I'll be happy with whatever the council decides. But I think, for me, I think that we need to understand that there is an epidemic problem with them.
I don't think there's I don't think that none of us, miss the fact that there's an issue, right? And that there's challenges, especially with, kids getting hurt on this type of stuff. I kind of look more to like the water district model, right? It's been educate before fines and penalties, and I think they've had a whole lot more success with that. Again, I don't have a problem doing resolutions. I don't have a problem doing an education program. I just start getting really funny when we start talking, civil issues, civil fines, stuff like that, right?
Mayor, I think Lieutenant Klotz and Officer Ray would be really sad if we didn't let them come up and talk a little bit. Maybe talk to us, because they've done a lot of enforcement. They've also done a lot of education, and I know they have some things they'd love to share about what our department's done, and maybe they could share with us what they have as far as enforcement tools, or what they think might be necessary and helpful. I think hearing from them might be.
I don't know. I'm looking at those two guys back there. I wonder if. Come on forward, Lieutenant, Officer Ray.
If the lieutenant could have crawled down behind that chair when his name was read.
I just figured we wasted Officer Ray's during the work session's time, so.
It cost us about $2,000 just to have him here in lost revenue, so we better make him do something.
Scott, we're talking about Officer Ray.
Officer Ray, that's right.
David, will you put my slide up, please? So I appreciate Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us. So yeah, we've talked with Councilman Ivey and several of staff on this issue and what we have. So we put together a little presentation of some information. Obviously, we've kind of discussed some of that already. And so just to start with it, I think we get we misinterpret the two. And so we have electric motorcycles and we have e-bicycles or e-bikes. I put bicycles because every time I think e-bike, I'm thinking motorcycle. But as Councilman Ivey said, this is basically what they have. So an e-bicycle has to be no more than 750 watts, has to be have fully operable pedals, a fixed crankshaft, and things of that nature. So when we look at that, there's a class 1, 2, or 3 bicycle. And so those down at the bottom says what they are allowed to do. As Councilman Ivey said, there's 8 years old, you cannot ride them. 8 to 14, you have to have parental supervision. 14 and above, you can ride them as your free will. And so with that, it does say that you cannot operate them without parental supervision on a highway, path, or sidewalk. This is directly from the DLD website on e-bicycles. And so as we interpret e-bicycles, we classify them as bicycles. And so they can do what a bicycle can do. If they're riding a wheelie on an e-bike, then that is still legal unless they're in the roadway. Then we have another challenge with impeding traffic and things of that nature. So as we continue talking about this with trails and things of that nature, it does fall on us to help enforce if we want to enhance that enforcement on these trails. So again, the e-bicycles, I put some pictures up there just so we can kind of see what is what. And so again, as we've talked about, I didn't know we'd have this whole discussion beforehand, but this is what we put together for e-bicycles and then e-motorcycles. So anything on the e-motorcycle
You know,
side,
we would have started with this had I known you put all this together, Lieutenant. I
no,
put Councilman Ivy on the spot. Mayor's the last one to know on this item.
Sorry. Officer Ray and I put this together, so kudos to him. He's one of our main enforcement people, and so I'll show a pamphlet a little bit later, but e-motorcycles, those are ones, like we're saying, Sur-on type, that these are illegal on the roadway. You need to have a driver's license. If you're driving them on a roadway, you don't have a license, we will impound them, hands down. There's no question asked on that.
They're regulated exactly like motor or fuel-powered motorcycles.
Yep. So just like an OHV. And so they need to be licensed, and everybody obviously has to have a helmet, things of that nature. We run into issues. We thought they had to be insured, but they don't. They need to be registered as an OHV though. So that's where we can get into the impoundment. With the e-bicycles, as Councilman Ivy said, that's where we can get with the hold, or as the state calls it, an impound, but it's a hold back to our office. If we find a violation with an e-bicycle, we can bring that bicycle back to our PD. We get a hold of the parents. They have to come in. If we can't get a hold of them for a few days, it's going to be very labor intensive to bring them back there because we book them in so they don't get messed with. When they come back, we have to now release them and all that stuff. So if we have that, we talk with the parents. We can fine them as well for allowing their child to be on this unsupervised, or if they're in violation, we can go with contributing to allowing their kid to do this. So, but that's where I think we get the major difference is between an actual e-motorcycle and e-bicycle. And so we have this also planned to speak with all of our officers, go through the same presentation, so that way they're all on the same page as what we've done in all this research. So
That's a great distinction.
Yeah.
And I even like the fact that you call them e-motorcycle versus e-bicycle. That's really helpful.
It helps me because every time I think e-bike, I'm thinking e-motorcycle.
It's just all this new terminology.
Yeah, and so obviously all this is very, very new for us. It's only the last 4 or 5 years that we've been dealing with this, and so luckily, like with HB 381, that's gave us some clarification on what to expect and how we can enforce it. Because up until a year ago, there was a lot of confusion on how do we treat these, what do we do with them. So now at least we have some clarification on where to go. This other slide, I just found it very interesting. It kind of helped me differentiate what's an e-bike as well. This is directly from the DNR website, and so obviously you just kind of go through the bullet points there. Is it a class 2? Does it have a throttle? Class 1 e-bike. Then obviously all the way down to the right, does it meet that speed requirement? Does it go 40, 50 miles an hour? And so then, yes, it goes to an e-motorcycle. And again, those e-motorcycles are one that we absolutely want to stop, because those are ones we see major issues. We've had several incidents within our area of injuries and major incidents. And so those are obviously without supervision, some without helmets. And so obviously those are major target ones that all of our officers definitely know. The e-bicycle one is we're still learning that. This law came out in May, so we're still trying to catch up with this new law. This I got as well. This is from, obviously, the Department of Public Safety. So it talks about helmets, aid supervision that we've already talked about. What I found interesting on this was required in May 27. So as of next year, anybody that's 8 years old to 15 will be able to take this safety certification course, and then they will be able to ride without parental supervision if they've taken this course. So that will now change the law in 27 to how they have that. So just food for thought. I didn't know that was in the works until I started this. And so I think that's very helpful to know, like, hey, we are trying to promote education, and this will hopefully from the state allow us to get some of this information out to them, because I think, like we've all talked about, they go extremely fast compared to what their legs can take them, and that's the danger. They do not know the rules of the road, and that's where we're coming into those problems. They run stop signs, they're riding the wrong way, just not paying attention to what we all know as drivers for the last however long. So that's where we're coming into those injuries, in my opinion. And with helmet law, that's something we're trying to help push, get everybody on them, we'll stop and talk to them. We're working on a program to have more helmets available that we can give to citizens that we see without them, so that way we can hand them to them like, hey, you need to be wearing this for your safety and things of that nature. So if it is an e-motorcycle as well, it needs to be a DOT-approved helmet. If it's an e-bicycle, it can be the consumer protection type bicycle helmet. So just a little few designations there. So as we kind of went through these again, but we put these in here just so we kind of knew. But motorcycle wheelies, again, won't classify as an e-bicycle unless they're impeding traffic, and we can go about that as impeding traffic in those types of violations. But if they're on a Sur-Ron type or e-motorcycle, they must be licensed. But if they're doing wheelies, we can automatically impound them and take them from them and hold them until we go through the court process. And so hopefully that's a big challenge there. We talked about the helmet law, licenses and endorsements. And so again, considered OHVs. Unauthorized driver, so again, if you're there, it is considered an infraction. And so supervision, we've talked about all this. And so again, I've talked about the impoundment or hold is what we call it in our PD, because an impound is something we have a record come, goes to their impound lot. We don't have any control over it. A hold for these e-bicycles, we would bring that to our PD. If a parent comes to get that bike, it's their property, we must release it to them. And so we can't hold it for any other longer reason. So it's an extra process, but then that can increase us with better education and things of that nature. So we don't have to cite with it. We can say, hey, you get a hold of your parent, tell them we have your e-bike, come up to our PD, and we'll release it. We can go that route if that's what we choose. And so we put these in here. I found a paper today. I wish I had it for the slide, but I found this, and Officer Ray will hand these out for you. To me, this was very beneficial. It talks specifically about HB 381, but it talks, we wrote these challenges in here, but on the second page of this, it talks about law enforcement challenges. And so it does say that riders and parents are unaware of the different classifications, and I would go to say that some of our officers are in the same boat where it's so new. So we are working on our officers to educate on that. But also the numerous occurrences of evading. The third, it's in a little red box down there at the bottom on page 2. Sur-Ron type motorcycles, some of these younger riders do not want to stop for us. And so we as a department have to take each challenge individually and know who we're kind of dealing with. And if we act inappropriately, then we hold our officers accountable and through our policies and procedures. And so some of the times we have to weigh those risks versus reward. Is it worth chasing a 14-year-old kid on a Sur-Ron and creating danger to the public? And so what do we do there? And so we've been on traffic stops involving other incidents, and we have some on Sur-Rons circling. It's like, hey, come chase me. You know, it's a game to them. And so it's like we try not to engage them, to give them that feedback that they're wanting, and then they continue to go. But we all know it's a problem, so we're working on different solutions on trying to find that.
Are you often able to identify them through like the SRO at the high school or other ways, but you just be patient with it?
So we have cameras in our vehicle. We try to get that footage. We try to cross-reference it with different social media sites. These kids like to brag about their bikes. And so we found several from different distinctions on their bikes. The challenge comes if they're wearing a full helmet, how do we identify the actual driver? So if we can find the same vehicle or the same motorcycle, we'll impound it because it was part of a crime. And so it's like, well, at least we've got some punitive damage against you because we figure you're the ones who did it, but we couldn't prove it. So that's kind of the challenge that we have with chasing after these. They go 0 to 60 in no time. They dart across paths, they cut through yellow lawns, parks, you name it. They're the major challenge for us. These other e-bicycles, they're not going too far from us, so we can just kind of follow them. They are a little bit more mobile than our patrol vehicles, but we have good luck with stopping and
I called Chief, and I think we talked with Officer Ray, but there was a young man on a one wheel.
Yes.
That goes probably 50, 60 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. So,
and he's wearing a helmet, but he's just on one wheel, just leaning forward to go.
Correct. And so
and weaves in and out of traffic.
Yeah. Officer Ray and I talked about that just in work session meeting before we started. So we have talked to two. He specifically has talked to 2, not counting any other agency, but he stopped and educated them on this. They cannot ride in a roadway, and speed limits of 28 miles an hour. And so he's talked to them. We have them documented in our system. So now if we come in contact with them again, then we're ready next time. So we've educated. We've tried to talk to him. I haven't seen him much since, but I think he got the point. But so again, our challenges of our new laws, always when they come out, we're always trying to make sure we're in the right place. But the youth risk, as we've talked about, and then any accident or incident involving a collision or anything with one of these in a four-wheel vehicle is going to be catastrophic. So that's what we want to educate and make sure everybody knows. And so we talked a little bit about our pursuit. Again, that's a major challenge for us because our policy dictates some of our actions on what we want to do. And so our officers understand that, so they know how much accountability we will have on them. And so it's that risk versus reward. And so we try to balance that each day on each different incident. And I think our officers do a very good job. It's how do we stop these kids from instigating it? Because generally it's 15 to 20-year-old kids. And so also with use of force, when we get into these, the kids or the younger people involved with it are a little unruly. And so there may come times when we have to use minimal force that is there to put them into handcuffs, calm them down, get a hold of their parents or anything like that. So again, we try to weigh that risk to our community and everything else. We don't want to be the heavy-handed agency that's roughing up every kid that's out here trying to have a good time. But if the nature meets what we need or what it is, and we need to be that level, that's where we'll be. So, but as we talked about again, our mindset has always been education first. We want to make sure they understand what we're doing. In our systems that we have, we document the names of these individuals, their parents, things like that. When we come into contact with them again, it's finally, you've been told, now it's time for us to move forward with that other.
How do we keep them off the Wills Park?
That to me is a challenge. And like Councilman Coates said, they are all over the streets. And
I agree. I want them riding
right.
within the law and
Yeah.
safely to the parks.
Yeah.
I just don't want them.
Yeah, but we don't even provide sidewalks all the way to a lot of places over the Wills.
No, I want them to be able to ride.
Well, I know, but like, the kids can't ride there because there's not sidewalks in certain sections of the city to get to the Wills Park because we haven't finished that portion. We're saying you got to follow the laws, but we don't provide them a pathway to get there either. So they have to be on the streets.
I want them to get there one way or another.
I do too. I'm just saying.
I just don't want them to ride their electric
We don't want them damaging
bicycle
stuff.
or motorcycle.
You just want them to walk in the
park.
110-degree
I don't
heat.
care how they get there. I would have loved to have grown up with an e-bike or an e-motorcycle.
Me too.
I had the Schwinn. Who was talking about the Schwinn?
So Jeremy?
So I think the answer is you need to adopt rules that say this park has these things that are, we don't allow bicycles to ride on the soccer fields either, right? And so we
Right,
just
Sullivan
need-
was the
we
other
need to
place where
set
we've
rules.
seen guys go out and
And the rules can say you can go to the park and park your e-bike at the park, but then you can't use it on the park amenities.
So that's a good
That's
point.
what we're
'cause
saying.
I was thinking,
That's
what
just
if
answer to your
we have a
question.
parking area at Wills
Yeah.
Park? It's like you park your e-bikes here, get here, park here, and then you go do what you're going to do at the park.
But you can't use them on
On
the
those
courses.
courses.
On the way. And that
that's
was
what
one
we're
of the
trying to
solutions that-
accomplish.
And I think that makes sense. I'm about getting there, but to sit and say they can't use them there, I'm like, the place is called Wills Park, but don't use your wheels to get here, but use your wheels when you're here. That just seems.
So much of
I don't know
the,
if we're saying that, but we're just saying,
much of the legislative intent and staff intent with trails and routes is the language of active transportation, right? So it's both an activity, but it's also moving people to and from. And I think that's what Councilman Coates was talking about. We need them to be able to get to the park without breaking any laws or being subject to.
we're all
a
saying
fine.
that.
But if you want to say you can't ride it on the wheels, on the pump track, we need a rule that says that. We need to set that rule. And it's a new park. It probably makes sense. We haven't got to that rule list yet, but it's probably time to do it.
But do we need to do it in a resolution, or we just add it to our current park rules, which is already in place? So Officer Klotz, how can we not enforce that if that's the
And
case?
so it's a park rule, it's a city rule, not anything that we have teeth in. We can walk down there and say, hey, this is a park rule, you need to stop what you're doing, but we have no enforcement capabilities to say, if you're doing that, then this is the consequence.
You need an ordinance?
We need an ordinance to be able to say, yes, here's what we have, we can fine you or whatever, we give you one warning, now it's like you're back, then we would cite you with this ordinance. If it's a park rule, we can tell you, hey, you cannot do this. Thad and I have talked about trespassing from a park, how difficult that can be, where it is a public space where anybody can come to. And so if we have this ordinance, we can say, you have been here. If we put it in an ordinance that you're, however this would work, Thad, maybe you can speak better. But if you're in violation of this ordinance, that is an infraction, a law that we can enforce, then we can say, yes, you are no longer allowed here for a specific time, however that works. But it would be an infraction. And so that would help us to be able to do it. Right now, we can go down and say, yes, this is against a park rule. We've asked you not to do this, but what really actions do we have? We can talk with our parents, and again, there's not much
But the
enforcement.
state doesn't, I thought the state gave that ability.
The state gives us ability to make local rules about a park, yeah.
But it also created the the fine standard too, right?
Correct, it's an infraction for $110 fine, yeah.
And so with e-bicycles in the park, it doesn't clear, e-bicycles can be where other bicycles are. And so if an e-bicycle or a normal bicycle can ride into the Wheels Park, the same place this e-bicycle can go to, we cannot enforce that with one of the e-bicycle. If it's a Sur-Ron e-motorcycle, yes, we can, it's not allowed there. But if it's an e-bicycle type that it meets this criteria, we don't have any enforcement.
Unless we pass our own law.
Correct.
And if you think about other parks, let's think about Sullivan, because we have a lot of people that will ride their e-bicycle to the pickleball courts and park outside the pickleball courts. That's probably something we ought to think about too when we're making rules. You know, there's people that'll ride around the ball fields in those spaces. So we have a lot of parks. Thankfully, we're blessed with many parks of various types. But we probably need to think about all of those types as we make our rule and decide what the policy is for this city for these type of things. One thing as I've researched this that I've noticed is some cities say, you know, instead of looking at the type of bike, we're just going to go and classify the type of trail. So they have trails that are motorized portions, and then they say, hey, this trail around the Boilers Park, non-motorized. You can't ride anything with a motor on that, right? And so they classify their trails as well in their rulemaking, so that it's clear to know what you can do where without a penalty.
I think the reality is that a lot of the bicycles, right, are in the future, more and more is going to be electric assistance of some part, right? So I think you're trying to sweep water uphill to say you can't ride a bike with electric assistance in the Wheels Park. I think that's just reality. I was going to ask Jeremy, how hard would it be to put something like this in the like in a utility bill?
Not hard at all. In fact, we could put sections of this in, or we could we could attach
do something separate
attach
to
the whole
address
thing,
it
really, if we
and put
want
it in,
to,
because something like that that's colored will stand out.
Yeah.
You know,
And we had these, so I'll give Officer Ray credit here. He designed this whole pamphlet. He put all this information together that's in this pamphlet due to other issues we've had. And
Who did?
Officer Ray. So he actually petitioned the state on some errors that they had in some of the small vehicle information, and they actually changed part of the law because of what he brought up to him that's in this pamphlet. So kudos to him for that. But I think we had these made at State Steamroller. And so we have several, but obviously we have them at our PD. We don't have an OBL, but.
So
yeah.
if we wanted to get them out to every resident, it would just be a matter of cost. I mean, we could add another sheet to our.
I don't think that's going to be a huge cost, you know, to do that in the newsletter.
Be a
It's
few
the postage that
$1,000s,
costs,
yeah, it's
not
not gonna be
this,
crazy.
right? I mean, I don't know who shoves them in the envelopes and licks the envelope to shut it, right? But
It's not me, sir.
We'll bring them over to you. Then it'll be pretty much free.
Yeah, if you would like that, we would be happy to. We've posted it previously on our social media site. Maybe we can do better at that as well, posting all that out. With this pamphlet that I sent, I would also, well, possibly tomorrow, I'll post this on social media, things like that, just for better education and awareness. That's something that I think we can do better, is promoting, hey, this new law is in effect, let's get this.
I found a slide where you contrasted or compared e-motorcycles and e-bicycles. That's kind of, I think, your first level of education.
Yeah, to me, that was very helpful.
And then trying to determine, because it's just kind of two different issues. Council, where do you want to go with this? I mean, it's more complicated than any of us thought.
Well, I'm glad we had the discussion tonight. That was my
Me too.
goal, and this whole thing was just to have the discussion. I know we're going to get there. Mayor, I would just like to make sure that Lieutenant Klotz and Officer Ray has an opportunity to share everything that they need from that and from us, so that we can work on that and get to a solution or a result where we go.
Officer Ray, in response to Councilman Ivey, if you were in charge of making an ordinance for a day and wanted to do it the right way, the fair way for e-bicycles and e-motorcycles, what might that look like?
So I'll tell you, Mr. Mayor, I'm officially out of my depth when it comes to making any kind of new rules. I'm pretty good at enforcing them, but making new ones is bad. I will tell you that I've been to every death on our streets in the county for the entire year. There's been about 9 of them. Don't quote me. I might be off by 1 or 2. 3 of them that I can think of off the top of my head involved someone under 21. Fortunately, only one of them is deceased that I know of. And anytime you compare 4 wheels with 2 or even 3, the weight disparity just isn't close. So whatever we need to do to support them. This is Washington City. I know all my traffic brothers in St. George. We have a very different idea of what's the proper way, right? I went to my Model T brother's funeral a couple weeks ago. I'm not too proud to say I cried at his funeral. Those are the things that are important. It's not really.
That was tragic.
Yeah, and for Washington City, we don't want to crush people, but we definitely want to keep them safe. Less funerals, less tears, less trips to the hospital.
Is there a need for additional legislation on our streets aside from what the state has brought down?
I don't believe so, not on our streets.
What about our parks and trails? Just your opinion.
So my opinion is that the officers have a lot of bark and almost no bite in our trails
and parks.
And parks. We don't have anything with 2 wheels, first of all. Very, very little. We have a bike patrol that's part-time. We don't have any motors that allow us to get up and down the trails quickly. And so there's almost no enforcement we can do. We can get there and say, hey, what you're doing is not safe and wrong, but we really can't do
Is there
anything beyond
is
that.
there a problem in those areas currently?
I'm a street guy. I don't spend a lot of time on our trails.
I think he's promoting he needs an e-bike, like a steer-on or something, to make
Paul?
sure that he can enforce the rules.
Is there a problem in our parks and on our trails with e-motorcycles or e-bicycles? And if so, which?
I think e-motorcycles is the bigger problem. We get a lot of calls to our office. People tell us that they saw an e-motorcycle, or even motorcycles have been problems on the trails too. And they'll come flying by, and it scares people, and the speed, the noise, and people give us a call and let us know, and it's after the fact. There's not much we can do, but we do get those reports.
The challenge is.
That's all totally illegal. The motorcycles, whether it's fuel.
Already regulated, already.
100% illegal. It's illegal activity. We just aren't, it's not flowing through our.
It's hard to enforce.
So the challenge is, and it's kind of part of our culture that we want to race things, right? Like that's how people grow up. I mean, I raced BMX bikes when I was a kid. I mentioned before I had a friend of mine got killed on one of these e-motorcycles. He hopped up his grandson's motorcycle, and the throttle stuck, and he went full throttle into a concrete wall and killed him.
Oh yeah, I know where that happened.
It's you can't legislate. You can legislate to a point, but people are going to do what people do. So, again, I think education goes further than fines, and to the extent possible. I think I'm great with anything outreach we can do. I'm great with any, signage we want to put up, and I would fully support any of that.
Parks, PD, do you need this council to bring forward any legislation in terms of an ordinance? Aside from just an education campaign?
So, obviously, like I think we've discussed, I think e-motorcycles, we have that covered. The challenge is being there at the time and knowing who they are. E-bicycles, yes, I think we need.
E-bikes in parks is maybe the one area, is that
Yeah.
what I'm hearing?
And
That
I'd
we
like-
could have another discussion on?
I like everybody's discussion of.
The reason
having a
why,
road
Mayor,
rage.
is state law says e-bicycles can ride anywhere bicycles can ride.
Okay.
And we may feel like that's a standard that's maybe too broad for our parks.
Council, is that a discussion you want to continue to have about e-bicycles in parks or not? I'm going to just take a straw poll.
My thing is, if we want to decide where they park on a park, that's fine, but we're not gonna, I don't want to limit them from being in a park. If we recommend, hey, I don't know how we do it, but I'm for getting them to the park and parking it. But if someone if there's a trail wrapping around a park and they want to ride their e-bike, I don't see what the problem is.
Well, and why can't they ride their e-bike on the track,
On the what track?
like on the dirt track, like the
We've seen-
BMX track?
Yeah, we've
Is
seen
that a
that
problem?
throttle stick on those jumps.
Well, there's a lot of mountain bikes that they have the pedal assist.
Yeah, this track is designed specifically for non-motorized. It's not designed for the speed and the weight, and most of the severe accidents we've had at the Wheels Park have been people using the wrong vehicles. There's more weight, there's more power. The track is designed for non-motorized. And the specific rules we have, our park's rules, it's such a complex park. We've got a set of rules for the skate area, a set of rules for the bike area, and those are where it's laid out that it's not motorized on those specific features. We don't want a one wheel going in a bowl like that. It's just not safe and not designed for anything motorized.
And it's all on a QR code that you have to scan in to read the rules. It's not like there's a list of rules, which drives me nuts. We should have them not on a QR code.
Posted.
So I got no problems putting something up there that says non-motorized on this one and putting a big sign up there in bold letters and everything else. I think the reality is on bikes I mean, they're making those motors that fit within the cassette. You can't even tell, and they're putting the batteries in the down tubes. I mean, they want to get the size down. They don't want to be able to see this big bulky battery packing before too long.
So I've been down to the Wheels Park,
See the difference.
and I've seen electric bikes and scooters intermixed with just the pedal, like man-powered, and they're dangerous. And I've seen our staff, I've seen others go and politely try to educate them off, and they just dismiss it. So that's kind of where I see there's friction, is do we have enforceable rules for electric assisted?
Mayor makes a good point. Yeah.
That's where I see it kind of pushed back.
But I don't want to be heavy-handed on our kids.
Well, I'm all about them getting there, but like when you're there, I don't want to e-bike on.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys on, there's probably some kids out there that are doing dumb stuff around. I've seen it, right? Like, I'm not saying they're not. But it's a fine line for me of, you're going to go over and enforce it so that our kids can't, like, get around? That's my concern, is just over enforcing it versus forcing a kid who's just being an idiot and driving too close to people or something. Like,
can I ask a quick
But I'm
question?
I've seen those. I'm not trying to push. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing.
The reality of it is it creates a dangerous situation.
For others.
Can I just ask a quick question? So we write the ordinance. It would take an officer, to come and actually write the fine, right? It's parks staff can't say, hey, you're getting a fine.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with that citation would come information of who they are, who their parents are, everything like that, so then we would have a document.
No, I'm thinking more of like the logistics of,
Yeah.
do we now have to park an officer down at the Wheels Park because we created the situation?
And generally, if we're going down there, it's because these kids have been unruly anyways and things of that nature, and so then we get down there and they somewhat listen to us because of the uniform, but then tomorrow they'll be back doing the same thing. And so that's where we would come into, after that education piece, it's like, okay, now we're done. Like, here's what we need to be doing. And
But Lieutenant, this isn't a new problem. This is something that's been going on ever since e-bikes kind of rose in 2022 and have been there ever since. They've been a problem.
Yes.
We talked a lot about the Wheels Park, but they're evident every park or every trail that we have. And so it's not that, it's just that the Wheels Park, it's more apt to take something that has wheels there, but the problem isn't just there. It's throughout the entire city.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Wheels Parks is a great place for them to go and hang out. And so I think it's creating more for them to get there. And we're getting some of that clientele that may not respect us as much, and including staff members. So,
Council, do you want to have a discussion with regards to e-bikes in parks and on trails? It's entirely up to you if you want to grapple with this one. I just need to know if you want me to put it on another agenda or not.
So, because the state law essentially invites us to make our own rules, I suggest we at least continue that discussion.
Do you want to do some education on it for us, City Attorney, in a future meeting, and we'll take it from there?
Yep.
I have no problems if we as council spend a little bit of time and digest it. And
Yeah.
certainly if staff spend a little time and digest it and think, okay, after having this conversation.
Absolutely.
Maybe we revisit it and say, what are some suggestions, moving forward, especially from your end, right? Because you guys are the ones that are going to have to deal with it more than anything else.
I don't think we want to be heavy-handed, but right now he could go down there every single day and talk to the same kid, and there's not much he can do about it. I mean, I think at some point we have to give them a tool that they can finally stop the egregious behavior. But I think like both officers said, they're not there to be heavy-handed. But if the kids know that there's nothing they're going to do to me, they're just going to come down every day and tell me, then what do? There are some that just completely disregard and disrespect. I mean, like he said, they're riding around and hoping they'll chase them. I mean, we're not talking about kids who are going to play at the park and doing it right, and they're just a little bit out of bounds. We're talking about the egregious ones. They need to have a tool that they can stop that.
The ones that result in incidents. The old, you make an improper left-hand turn and you cause a fender bender. frequently you get a citation on top of having been involved in the inconvenience of a car accident, right? And that's a tool that law enforcement uses to help people remember and learn the lesson of the mistake that they made, and that's something that could be used for these type of things too.
Any final thoughts, council, before we move this exciting conversation along?
I do want to thank everyone who brought it forward. I know I seem passionately and I seem against it, but I'm not against it. I just want to really protect that our kids have a way to get to where they need to get to. But I can see that we need to do something. I'm just not. So I appreciate Councilman Ivey for working on it, Officer Ray and Officer Klotz on that stuff. I just want to make sure we don't go over heavy-handed and someone all of a sudden all our kids come home with these $250 fines that
Well,
they
and
definitely don't have money
And
for.
I don't think anyone, I don't know, maybe, I don't feel like anyone here wants to prevent people from riding to the park with the e-bicycles. I don't feel like anyone.
I don't think that's our intent,
want
but this
to stop.
ordinance sure does state that, the way it's written today.
I think that's a good point. Thank you. Can I add on to that?
Yeah, and then just really quickly, I do like their approach of having the mindset to educate the public and then having the option if there's, continued disrespect or disregard for the, following the laws, that they have the option to, do the ones that are trying to run away or not even trying to be respectful to the rules.
I just want to point out too that our officers are trained. They recognize egregious, and they recognize somebody that may just not know the rules. We recognize that, but I think that if we don't provide them with what they need to deal with the egregious ones, that could be a real problem for us. Because most of them are kids. Like the last time that I saw officers there, I was on my e-bike or my BMX bike, and I just said, "How'd you do?" And he goes, "Well, we just told them that they can't ride them here," and they were respectful, and so that was the end of it. And that's easy. That's what you want most of the time. But also, you don't want them baiting officers into races on the road where they could cause the wreck, even if we're not chasing them. So I think that getting a bicycle in parks, something that fits for what we want, I think that is the basics of why we're talking tonight. I think the state's done a good job on everything else, but we also rely on our officers to make those decisions. That's what they do. That's why they're great at their jobs.
All right. So here's what I hear, is we're going to educate, and we're going to let this percolate for a little while. And at some point, we'll bring the e-bicycle discussion back forward, and we'll have Thad present that to the council on with PD's support, and we'll get the input collectively, and we'll move forward as a group on how we want to move forward.
I think that, so what I have in my mind, I've already asked Jax, our legal intern, one of his projects is he's going to get us a deep dive research memo on all the devices and what they can and can't do under state law. That'll illuminate for us opportunities for us on city stuff. I think we need to meet with the parks
Can I
folks.
get a salute, Jax, on that? Attaboy.
We need to meet with the parks folks and probably talk about and identify certain elements within our parks that may deserve special consideration as we talk about rules. And then, kind of we'll have a three-pronged effort out there and eventually come back to the council with kind of the folder of everything we put together and see if that leads us in the direction of a rule or two.
Great. Good discussion. Okay, we'll go back into the regular meeting from the work session. Item 9, report of officers from assigned committees. Commissioner.
All my committees keep getting canceled this month, so it's been a quiet month.
Congratulations, by the way.
Well, thank you. I mean, there was an election.
555 is a new favorite number.
555, yes, sir. Yep.
Councilman Henderson.
Mayor, I don't have anything, thanks.
Councilman Coates.
I had Power Board last night. Just an update on the power lines along Washington Parkway. The crew did a good job and got all the wires pulled all the way to the substation, but the substation's still being worked on, but all the wires are pulled all the way across there. But standard business, and I'll let Jeremy go into where him and Rick went last week, and if there's any data there. But That's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Councilman Ivy.
Mayor, I just want to, I don't have a report tonight, other than I just want to share my appreciation for Washington City Lions and the volunteers for our 4th of July celebration that was held this past week. It was amazing. You know, it just is really, to quote a good friend of mine, it's a little slice of Americana, you know, every 4th of July. Took my family through the museum, and it's just magnificent what they've done there. And, you know, I appreciated all the volunteers. We had the races, and the Nyson family was cooking breakfast, and or Nielsen's family, I'm sorry for cooking breakfast and lunch, but
Youth Council was there?
Youth Council was there. We had 16 youth there and some advisors, and Michelle Cummings and her husband and family was all there filling spots, and so it was really a good time.
Councilman Casperson. I'll just give a quick update on fire. We upheld the governor's ban within our municipal boundary on Friday, July 3rd. We had increased staffing and 16 medical calls. So thank goodness we didn't have any fires that day because we were already stretched really thin. So really appreciate the fire department. On the 4th, our community did really well, recognizing the threat to life and property with the drought conditions. We only had 3 fires. One was up in the reserve. 2 were dumpster fires from improperly disposed of fires and caused minimal property damage, but we were able to get on top of those. And so Chief Evans and his group really appreciated the way that our community responded to responsible, albeit difficult decision-making. And then also had the opportunity to go up and meet with Chief earlier this week and see the brand new 2026 Pierce Puck right off the assembly line in, I think it's Appleton, Wisconsin is where it came from. And, you know, council, you'd approved that as part of your budget in 3 years ago. Took it that long to get it off the assembly line. As a result of good budgeting, we paid the $900,000 in cash, which is twice what the 2018 Pierce Puck cost. And then we added an additional $350,000 in outfitting. But Chief just wanted me to relay back to you, council, that very appreciative of the support and of the work we've done over the last several years in turning over a very aging fleet to now where with brush trucks and apparatus, we have the equipment for our firefighters to do their jobs properly. And so he's just really appreciative, and I wanted to pass that along for my report tonight. Next item, city manager report.
Mayor, I don't have a lot to report. Councilman Coates alluded to it. I went with Rick and Scott from the Power Department to the American Public Power Association meetings, and those are always really good. They go every year. I try to go when I can to support them, but really good information. And I think we do a good job as a city of trying to stay on top of what's happening in the different industries that we're working on, and all of our different departments do that. But it was a good training this time. First time I've been to it since I've been with Washington City, but they try to get me to go every year. We can't all make it to everything, but the professionals definitely get there. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, city manager. Council, we do need to go to closed session for an item concerning purchase, exchange, or lease of property and pending or potential litigation. I will turn to you for a motion and a roll call vote on that item.
So moved. Second or third?
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson and a second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates, or Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson. Ivy. It's a long night, and we are moving into closed session.